Chapter 360. Hua! Lin Feng's figure flashed. This place is... Lin Feng stared at the ground below, feeling astonished. He was in the air, and the memory stone had brought him to this area. Looking down, it was an incomparably huge, super fire cave. The vigorous flames burned, and the boiling aura was filled with extreme pressure. Although the astonishing aura was concealed, it was still shocking. It's even bigger than the first super fire cave. Is this the extreme road Phoenix realm that the senior of the Wu Feng clan spoke of? There's no wall of light blocking me. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He didn't stop for a moment and quickly rushed down. Glancing around, Lin Feng let out a soft. His figure paused for a moment and suddenly saw that around the super fire cave, there were many small fire caves. With that thought in mind, Lin Feng could not help but feel curious. Since I'm already here, there's no rush. Let's investigate carefully first. Lin Feng thought to himself, this extreme road Phoenix realm seemed to be very mysterious. Lin Feng didn't slow down at all. His body circled around the super fire cave as he sped forward. The wind and the crane were alarmed. Lin Feng's eyes were shining as he carefully observed. Sure enough, he was not mistaken. Outside this super fire hole, there were many small fire holes attached to it, and there were quite a lot of them. Very quickly, Lin Feng circled around. However, the time was much more than he had imagined. A full 2 hours. It's really big. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he sighed. With his speed, he had circled the first super fire cave in less than an incense stick's worth of time. And now, comparing the two, the difference was obvious. This super fire cave is several times bigger than the Sky Martial continent. There are 9 small fire caves around it. Adding the largest super fire cave, there's a total of 800 fire caves. Lin Feng muttered, as if he had understood something. At this moment, there was a strange energy fluctuation, and the space seemed to split apart. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he suddenly realized something. Someone's coming. At that moment, he no longer hesitated. How could he care about anything else? His body transformed into a sharp arrow and pierced through the super fire hole at the center. Hua! A streak of fiery red instantly engulfed Lin Feng. It was as if he was trapped in an endless void. There was chaos in front of him, and the endless starry sky decorated the horizon. They were densely packed like a starlight compass. There were countless of them. This is the Polar Road Phoenix realm? Lin Feng's consciousness gradually became clear, and just as this thought appeared in his mind, suddenly, boom! Intense rays of light dazzled. A bright fiery red light suddenly appeared in the sky, and the 7-colored light reflected the chaos. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, and suddenly looked at an inconceivably huge phoenix. Its extremely beautiful wings covered its entire body, and its cries shook. Around its body, 2 separate flames intertwined and burned, and it was extremely brilliant. Devouring fire, rebirth fire. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Heavens! They can actually combine so perfectly. Lin Feng was shocked. From what he could see, the devouring fire and rebirth fire were like twin brothers without any gap, as if they were originally one. But they were 2 separate types of energy. Can I do this too? Lin Feng's heart trembled. Lin Feng frowned as he simulated the scene in his mind. It was very difficult. Nay! A clear and melodious cry rang out. The scene before Lin Feng's eyes changed again, and the extreme flames that filled the sky surrounded him. In the endless void, the phoenix gradually pulled away, and its essence entered his heart, turning into 7 spots of light. It seemed to have the same effect as his phoenix natal chart. Pursing his lips, Lin Feng's eyes were extremely bright. In an instant, the 7 spots of light became hazy and illusory, and the scene was pulled closer again. Countless small dots appeared in front of Lin Feng, and as he got closer and closer, it was as if distant objects were slowly appearing. These small dots became bigger and bigger, expanding like balloons, and the area was so huge that it was dazzling. Lin Feng was in a daze, and his heart suddenly trembled violently. A very familiar feeling appeared in front of him. It was a huge burning ball of fire, and it felt extremely small in this endless starry sky. Compared to those balls, it was like a speck of dust. But it's my flame world. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. The space in his body. An existence with endless rebirth fire. It's actually like this? Lin Feng was greatly shocked, but he didn't have any time to think. Everything changed too quickly, like passing clouds and smoke, and disappeared in the blink of an eye. In front of him, extremely surging flames appeared, and the red light flickered. Lin Feng suddenly realized that he was in a strange space. #@ a clear voice sounded in his ears. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, and his face was filled with confusion. This was a language that he didn't know. But it was very familiar. That's right, it's her. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he suddenly remembered. The Phoenix Beauty that he met when she was in her initial Phoenix body state had made a similar sound, but he couldn't understand it. And now it was almost exactly the same. It should be the language of the Divine Beast Phoenix clan, right? Lin Feng thought to himself. His expression was solemn, but he felt helpless. After all, he was still inexperienced. Other than the language of the Tianwu continent, he only knew the language of the Douling world. While he was thinking in his heart, the clear voice suddenly stopped. Lin Feng looked around, his eyes sparkling. Those were flaming passageways, and the extreme flames were burning, filled with a scorching aura. The rebirth fire in his body had completely condensed, and surged around his body, forming a dense red light. Slowly, Lin Feng exhaled. 10 flaming passageways, but 7 of them are dim. If I'm not wrong, these passageways should be equivalent to entering one of the fire caves. In other words, 7 passageways are already occupied, and I can only choose 3. Lin Feng nodded lightly, although he didn't understand what the voice was saying. But the situation was very clear, and he didn't need to make any more guesses. He only needed to do one thing. Choose one of the 3. Let's just follow my instincts. Lin Feng looked a few more times, but he still couldn't make a choice. Since he didn't have any clues, it didn't matter. Anyway, in the Yang Fate star plate, there shouldn't be any danger to my life, right? Lin Feng suddenly smiled, and then stepped into one of the flaming passageways. Instantly, he disappeared. Bang! As soon as he entered the passageway, Lin Feng felt that he was surrounded by flames that reached the sky. The extreme heat enveloped his body, and every inch of his skin felt like it was on fire. Lin Feng's face was red, and the rebirth fire surged out, covering his entire body. However, under the invasion of the flames, the rebirth fire felt that it couldn't resist at all. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and shouted, "Rise!" Every inch of his body's cells was mobilized. After being reborn, his body had long become an existence similar to flames. The extremely hot power suddenly burst out, and it didn't seem inferior at all. The heat didn't stop, and Lin Feng's rebirth fire continued to resist. Suddenly, the two of them strangely intertwined together, forming spirals around his body. Soon, it became a thin thread that kept spreading, like a spring silkworm forming a cocoon. What a strange cultivation method, Lin Feng thought. At first, he was a little confused, but as the rebirth fire returned to his body through the cocoon, Lin Feng immediately felt the improvement of the rebirth fire. It was very obvious. Although this cultivation method was a little strange, but it was very effective. It's improved faster than the devouring fire. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Thinking about it, the devouring fire still needed to rely on external objects to improve, and here, it was the existence of the destined star plate. Even powerful sage kings entered here to cultivate. One could imagine. It's almost 10 times faster. Lin Feng nodded secretly, feeling a little surprised. The improvement of his devouring fire was already at the top with the help of Duo. But here it was even more amazing. The destined astrolabe is indeed extraordinary. Lin Feng was amazed by the gap between them. It was really too big. The rebirth fire will be able to grow quickly. Similarly, my celestial spirit master level will also be able to improve rapidly. Lin Feng clenched his fist, feeling very satisfied. Drinking water, thinking of the source. He had to thank one person for being able to enter here. The ancient Wu Feng clan was a formidable existence at the Saint King level. 3 days later, his cultivation continued on. It didn't stop at all. Lin Feng closed his eyes and controlled the rebirth fire, calmly feeling the process of the energy transfer. Every minute, every second, his rebirth flame was brand new and rising. Although he didn't know which level it had reached, without a doubt, it was definitely higher than the devouring fire. I'm completely used to it. Lin Feng closed his eyes slightly, feeling the powerful fire elements around him. In the process of the rebirth fire's improvement, every cell in his body was active and fused. Feeling the power of the fire, he became closer and closer to the fire. The affinity of the fire. Let's take a look ahead. Looking at the endless road ahead, Lin Feng's eyes flickered. With light steps, Lin Feng quickly walked forward. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. That familiar feeling struck him once again as a powerful flame enveloped him. The deeper he went, the stronger the flame became. At the same time, the speed of the rebirth fire's improvement increased crazily, and the cocoon gradually became thicker, filled with rich power. Not bad. Lin Feng smiled. The cultivation here was convenient, simple, and fast. Most importantly, the cultivation speed was extremely fast. Moreover, there seemed to be no end. I have to increase my strength as much as possible and break through my current strength. Lin Feng's eyes were bright and his heart was calm. In order to enter the remaining 2 waterfall of aging and waterfall of death, he had to make the final preparations. Print. Added I'm a little tired recently, I'll resume tomorrow. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidyan. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 361. Spring left and summer came. It had been 3 months since he left the Sky Martial continent. However, in the 100 Falls, he couldn't feel the passage of time. Almost. Just one more step. The veins on Lin Feng's forehead bulged. Looking at the end of the flaming passage, he gathered all the strength in his body. The red light around his body was extremely dense. The flame of rebirth's surging aura was full of astonishing power. The thick cocoon flashed with a dazzling light. Lin Feng gritted his teeth and took the last step. Hua! The light in front of him was resplendent. The difference of one step was like a chasm between heaven and earth. Inside his body there seemed to be an extreme sublimation. The flame of rebirth changed alone. It was full of energy and strength. That feeling was like turning from an ordinary person into a strong and powerful man. Qi surged. The destined star plate flashed with a dazzling light. Lin Feng's eyes were in a daze. He suddenly glanced at his flame world. That huge flame sphere was extremely fierce and explosive. In the phoenix's cry, endless power was poured in, changing its size. Looking at it, the area that was originally far smaller than the other spheres, now it had grown by itself. Although it was still far from it, but at least, there was already a change. Pa! His eyes blurred again. Almost in the blink of an eye, it disappeared in a flash. I'm out. Lin Feng looked around in surprise. The scenery was like a painting, but he had already returned to the 100 Falls. It was still spring here all year round. It was as beautiful as a fairyland. On the green grass, he was still immersed in cultivation. The energy of heaven and earth, along with the aura, surrounded his body. After 3 months of cultivation, the war god level is still a bit away from the 7th level. Lin Feng nodded lightly. His war god level was originally at the 4th level of the Star River level. In these 3 months it had been greatly improved twice. In other words, he was now at the 6th level of the Star River level. And from the 5th level to the 6th level, 1.5 months had passed. The distance was not too far. But Lin Feng clenched his fist, his eyes shining. In terms of body, I am now comparable to a Star River level expert. His foundation was too high. Dual cultivation complemented each other and could continuously improve the basic quality of the body. Although they might not be as strong as other top-tier magical beasts in the beginning, as their strength increases, they will slowly, completely surpass. Lin Feng, on the other hand, had experienced rising from the ashes. Even now, the quality of his body was superior to that of magical beasts with top-notch bloodlines like the celestial hound. It was extremely rare among humans. It was like a 6-story building, but while the other war gods were building it out of wood, Lin Feng was building it out of bricks. The gap between them was huge. It's about time. I can try challenging Aging Waterfall. Lin Feng nodded lightly. The increase in his strength had increased his confidence. When he looked at the red dot again, he felt completely different. It was as if he was looking at the white dwarf waterfall. Instead of being dangerous, he became slightly fearful. This was the change brought about by the increase in strength. Ha! The flames of rebirth appeared in his palms. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with a bright light as he controlled the flames according to his will. But the flames were instantly extinguished. The flames of rebirth have leveled up. Lin Feng knew very well where the change came from. In the extreme Road Phoenix realm, after walking through the passage of flames, his flames of rebirth had already crossed a new chapter. Perhaps it would increase from the 39th to the 40th, or from the 49th to the 50th. Every 10 levels meant a brand new breakthrough. As for breaking through from the 29th level to the 30th level, the possibility was extremely low. After all, his flames of devouring were already at the 30th level. Familiarizing himself with his new body, slowly adapting to his new strength, Lin Feng was very cautious. After entering Aging Waterfall, there was no turning back. Either he passed the test, or he would become an old man like old Sunday. Punishing aging wasn't something to joke about. Let's go in. Lin Feng took a deep breath as he stared at the red dot in front of him. His eyes were shining. Taking a step forward, Lin Feng lightly touched it. In an instant, a huge suction force came, bringing with it an irresistible force. Lin Feng's head shook violently. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared without a trace. Enter. 8th grade waterfall, Aging Waterfall. Search for the secret of aging and decipher it. Time limit, 100 hours. For every extra hour, you will age by 1 year. For every extra hour, you will be rewarded with an extra hour. A calm voice sounded in his ears. Lin Feng was slightly stunned. This test was completely different from the dwarf waterfall. Before he had time to think, a white light appeared in front of him. In an instant, Lin Feng's vision blurred as he was sucked into a magical water world. Blue waves rippled as the clear sound of water flowed. Compared to the previous waterfall, it seemed to be much bigger. The waterfall that fell from the sky was clear. The sound of the water flowing was gentle as it converged into a tributary. It was like a fairy scattering flowers. It was extremely strange. That feeling, it was like a peacock spreading its tail. This was the location of the second test. Aging Waterfall. The density of the water element is even higher than the dwarf waterfall. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. The proportion of the water element was more than 80%. The proportion was even more shocking. Although it was only 20% higher than the dwarf waterfall, to the other 4 types of martial gods and celestial spirit masters, However, the origin energy had been reduced by half. It was weakened again. The difficulty increased instantly. It's getting harder and harder. Lin Feng smiled. To him, it didn't affect him much. With the Phoenix natal chart, his strength wasn't affected at all. The only change was that the water element monsters here were probably 20% stronger. But what's the big deal? This place doesn't feel like the aging waterfall at all. Lin Feng chuckled. However, there is a reward this time. It seems that the sooner this mission is completed, the better. But what's the use of rewarding me with 2 hours? Lin Feng shook his head and didn't think too much about it. To him, the most important thing now was to complete the mission within the allotted time. As for the others, it wasn't in his consideration. Find the secret of aging? Crack it? Lin Feng pursed his lips and his eyes were deep. Where should I go to find the secret of aging? With doubts in his heart, Lin Feng looked around and saw that the water flow was slow and fast. He was deep in thought. It probably has something to do with this waterfall. There are a total of 88 branches. Is it the same as the first dwarf waterfall? Lin Feng frowned slightly. In the dwarf waterfall, all the branches gathered at the center of the waterfall. But here, the water flow is slow and fast. Obviously, the height and size of each branch are different. Lin Feng nodded secretly. This was very different from the first dwarf waterfall. Almost none of these 88 meridians were similar. There was a slight but obvious difference. It seems that it's not simple. It contains the secret of aging. What exactly is it? Holding his chin with his hand, Lin Feng once again carefully observed each branch meridian. His eyes showed that he was deep in thought. He compared them carefully, trying to find the secret. But it was like a blocked road. He had no clue at all. Difficult. Very difficult. The test of this 8th grade waterfall was far more difficult than the 9th grade waterfall. Let's go take a look. Lin Feng thought. Since he had no clue, he might as well take a look around. 100 hours. It wasn't a lot, but it wasn't a little either. At the very least, it was 8 times more than the 24 hours he had during the first dwarf waterfall. Lin Feng didn't hesitate to do it. His body dashed into one of the gentle branches and sped forward. His speed was very fast. Lin Feng opened his eyes and sensed his surroundings like a spider web. Instantly, his eyes lit up. It had improved a lot. Compared to the first time I entered the dwarf waterfall, the range of my senses has more than doubled. Lin Feng was slightly happy. Ever since he had the star sky pupil, he hadn't had such a feeling. Now this familiar feeling had returned. The improvement of the life spirit. After the life spirit fused with the yang fate astrolabe, although it had mutated, it was still inferior to the star sky pupil. But now, it had completely surpassed it. It's a very clear feeling. Lin Feng's lips curled up as he sped forward. The dots of starlight in his mind were like stars in the sky. Every dot of light contained a strange energy. Having a large detection range would be of great help to pass this test. Last time it was a dwarf. Here, I wonder what kind of existence it is. Lin Feng nodded. Not only was he not afraid, but he was also curious. In the detection, his strength was far superior to the dots of light. Whoosh! A strong wind blew. Lin Feng stopped in midair and looked ahead. It was a humanoid made of water. It was about 1.5 meters tall, slightly taller than the dwarf. In an instant, whoosh! A sharp water arrow shot out from the waterman's hand. It was extremely fast. Such sharp senses! Lin Feng exclaimed, but his movements were not slow at all. The flame of rebirth in his hand suddenly lit up and condensed into a fireball, exploding with a loud bang. It was launched later but arrived first. Hua! The fireball instantly engulfed the water arrow. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. He saw the power of the fireball appear in an instant. With lightning speed, it engulfed the waterman. an attack that destroyed everything in its path. Its reaction speed is very fast, but its other abilities are very mediocre. Even so, it is still better than the dwarf. Lin Feng nodded. In the dwarf waterfall, the dwarves had almost no other specialties other than their reaction speed. In terms of strength, I'm afraid it is equivalent to the 7th level of the Star River level, between the Water Martial God and the Sky Spirit Master. It is slightly weaker than the little Sky Dog. It was a simple attack, a probing attack. In an instant, Lin Feng figured out everything about this waterman. With his current strength, dealing with a mere 7th level of the Star River level was as easy as blowing off dust. The firelight disappeared. Lin Feng's eyes focused on the place where the waterman was engulfed. A familiar water droplet instantly appeared. As expected, Lin Feng smiled slightly. Just as he was about to move forward, suddenly Lin Feng was stunned. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 362. That was a fragment. The shape of the fragment was sharp and uneven. Under the illumination of the water curtain, the fragment emitted a strange light. Whoosh! Lin Feng's body moved. He looked at the fragment and his heart suddenly thumped. There seemed to be some secret hidden in the fragment. The ancient patterns looked simple, but when he looked at them carefully, he had a special feeling. There was an inexplicable sense of familiarity in his heart. But he didn't know what it was. What a strange fragment! Lin Feng looked at it curiously. There were not many things that could interest him, but this fragment. Maybe it has something to do with the test? Lin Feng thought. Putting the fragment into his clothes, Lin Feng looked at the crystal water droplet and accepted it without hesitation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The water droplets looked the same, but the energy they contained was different. Compared to the dwarf waterfall, the energy density was 10 times higher. However, it was still a drop in the bucket for the amount of energy needed for the Water Destiny astrolabe. In the dwarf waterfall, he had swallowed hundreds of millions of water droplets, but he had only accumulated 1/10,000th of the energy. What could a water droplet do? It's better than nothing. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he continued moving forward. He had a feeling that this fragment seemed to be the key was. There were many watermen. They were densely packed, and they were not inferior to the dwarf waterfall. In fact, they were even superior. However, under the attack of Lin Feng's fire of rebirth, none of the watermen could withstand it. Soon, within the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Lin Feng had killed thousands of watermen, but no more fragments appeared. Strange, there's nothing? The fragment just now was just a coincidence. Lin Feng frowned slightly as he thought to himself. His body moved quickly as he tried to recall what had happened. Suddenly, Pa! Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The two types of water people are different. Lin Feng thought to himself. The watermen who possess the fragments can launch water arrows. As for the other watermen, they are like puppets. There seems to be less of them. Spiritual Qi. Lin Feng was suddenly enlightened. Comparing the two, the difference was obvious. It's not just the water arrow, the sensing ability is also much weaker. Lin Feng nodded. It was just like the difference between the Fog Beast and the Fog Beast King in the Heavenly Treasure World. The two seemed similar, but in fact, they were completely different. With that in mind, Lin Feng was stunned, and another water person appeared in front of him. Even though he was alone, he shot out a water arrow. His attack was quite strange. His speed was so fast that it was impossible to guard against it. If it was an ordinary martial artist, they would definitely be caught off guard. However, Lin Feng was different. If my conjecture is correct, there must be fragments too. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His hands instantly gathered the flame of rebirth, and a huge fireball exploded. It crazily devoured the water arrow. Lin Feng's attack was like a hot knife through butter. It blasted the waterman into pieces, leaving behind a crystal-clear water droplet, and the second fragment. Lin Feng moved his body and an illusion appeared. Feeling the strange energy that flashed from the irregular fragment, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. His conjecture was indeed correct. Let's search again. Lin Feng smiled and didn't slow down for even a moment. His intuition told him that these fragments must be related to the test this time. The deeper they went, the more watermen there were. In this area with so many watermen, even a star sea level expert had to be careful. But Lin Feng was fearless. Heavenly dog swallows the sun. Lin Feng's eyes were extremely bright. The horrifying suction force came again, crazily crushing everything in the surroundings. Lin Feng not only perfectly executed the attack that was 3 levels above the user's level, but he also performed extraordinarily well. The advancement of the flame of rebirth caused the fireball to become bigger, and the suction force to increase. Similarly, in the space of the fireball, the digestion ability of the origin flame was also strengthened countless times. Tens of thousands of watermen were absorbed, and Lin Feng immediately felt that the water fate astrolabe was greatly improved. It was equivalent to absorbing hundreds of thousands of dwarfs in the dwarf waterfall. Even the fragments were absorbed? That was impossible because the watermen with fragments must be alone. This was the conclusion that Lin Feng came to after hunting dozens of fragments. It made sense. If the watermen with fragments hid in the dense crowd of watermen, the difficulty was probably not something an ordinary person could accomplish. This branch vein is really big. I have hunted at least 1,000,000 watermen, but it's still endless. Lin Feng was amazed. After 4 hours, he still hadn't reached the end of this branch vein, and he felt danger in his heart. If this continued, when would he reach the end of the 88 branch veins? 100 hours was obviously not enough, and he would probably be punished when the time came. Let's finish this branch vein first. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. In the worst case, he would stop hunting the watermen in groups and focus on searching for those who were alone. The other warriors definitely don't have the ability to fight in groups like me. If they want to collect fragments, they will definitely look for those who are alone. This way, it's more efficient. To him, completing the mission was the most important. The punishment of the 100 waterfalls was too severe. Kill. He swept his way. Numbers were no longer a problem for Lin Feng. With the endless flame of rebirth, no matter how many watermen there were, they were just supplements. I've reached the end? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. After killing the last group of watermen, his mind's eye sensed that there was only one lonely existence left in the area that was as dense as the stars. It landed at the bottom of the branch vein. There seemed to be some secrets hidden there. I spent a total of 8 hours. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Only 96 hours are left. And I still haven't explored 87 of the 88 branch veins. Lin Feng let out a long breath, and felt a faint worry in his heart. His strength had indeed increased greatly, but this hurdle didn't seem to be only about strength. There was also wisdom, or perhaps luck? I've arrived. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Almost in an instant, 3 water arrows shot out, breaking through the wind and bringing with them a strong watery light. The last remaining waterman had a very strong sensing ability. Lin Feng wasn't surprised, but happy. Any change would be beneficial to him. The flame of rebirth ignited in his hands, and Lin Feng looked straight ahead. The 2-meter-tall waterman stood at the end of the branch vein like a tail. Behind him was a bright light, and he couldn't see it clearly with his eyesight. Moreover, even the mind's eye senses are blocked. Strange. Lin Feng's mouth twitched, but he was very excited. It seemed that he had found a breakthrough. Rise. The flame of rebirth turned into a fireball and shot straight at the waterman. An astonishing power exploded instantly, and with an incomparable advantage, it destroyed everything. An unreasonable fighting method. But it was the most effective method. Clean and neat. Boom! The water man dissipated in the flame. It had the strength of a small celestial dog, but in front of Lin Feng, it was just a slightly stronger ant. He had killed him effortlessly. The flame dissipated and Lin Feng's eyes lit up, leaving behind a water droplet, a fragment, and sizzle! Sizzle! The bright light illuminated, and the sound of electric current could be heard. At the end of the branch vein, the originally sealed path appeared in front of him, as if it was an illusion covered in fog. Lin Feng looked over, and a faint smile appeared on his face. The clear water surface was boundless. From afar, it looked like a huge lake. It was very similar to the dwarf waterfall. The only difference was that the energy in the lake was more abundant. Streams of water continuously flowed down from the mountain rocks, forming a beautiful scene. A waterfall. Is this the end? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He took the fragment with his left hand and swallowed the water droplet with his right. Instantly, a clear and warm current flowed in his heart. Compared to the other water droplets, this water droplet was undoubtedly more energetic. But in front of Lin Feng, now, there was only that waterfall. Only 3 branch veins? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. After stepping into this waterfall lake, Lin Feng noticed that it was different from the convergence of all the tributaries in the dwarf waterfall. Even though there were as many as 88 tributaries here, only 3 of them converged into this lake in the end. And the one he stepped into was one of them. It seems, my luck seems to be pretty good? Lin Feng smiled lightly, but he didn't dare to be careless. If he guessed correctly, the true test was waiting for him in this waterfall lake. With his mind's eye, a huge energy fluctuation appeared. Lin Feng looked over, and in front of him, there was a huge waterfall. At the place where the water flow was the most rapid, a 3-meter-tall water person was indeed waiting for him. It didn't seem to be any different from the other water people, but Lin Feng saw a faint light in its eyes. It was a creature with intelligence. Instantly, his vision became hazy. The water person's figure split rapidly, from 1 to 2, from 2 to 4, and from 4 to 8. The afterimages in front of him overlapped, and Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, only feeling shocked. Almost in the blink of an eye, 1,000 water people appeared in the center of the waterfall lake. They had the exact same appearance, the exact same existence. It was as if there were 1,000 identical twins. Instantly, they swarmed forward like a tide. Lin Feng's hands lit up with the bright rebirth flame, and a bright light shone. Bang! The boiling flame was filled with a powerful force. Go! Lin Feng's eyes focused. In an instant, the fireball was released wildly, and the astonishing power of the flame completely covered the aura of the water people. Just when Lin Feng thought that he could destroy everything, the fireball actually penetrated through the water people, and the water people instantly appeared in front of him, and a sharp shadow appeared. It went straight for his throat. Its speed was extremely fast. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 363. Space Deceleration. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Although it was unexpected, Lin Feng's reaction speed was not slow. A good habit formed from long battles, Lin Feng always maintained 100% vigilance in battle. Anything could happen. A black fog appeared. His human soul rotated quickly. Lin Feng's talent was displayed instantly. Facing this transparent water clone, he instantly dodged. Weakened by the space deceleration and the black fog, Lin Feng quickly pulled away from the water clone. And at this moment, a total of 1,000 water clumps swarmed over in an overwhelming manner. It was vast and mighty, extremely terrifying. The clones are immune to attacks. This time, I have to find the real body? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Lin Feng fixed his eyes on the waterman in the middle of the clones, locking his aura on the waterman. It was not easy. It was like taking the enemy's head amidst thousands of soldiers and horses. But that was for other warriors. For Lin Feng, killing one was the same as killing 1,000. Was there a difference? Heavenly Dog swallows the sun. A crazy aura enveloped all the water clones, including the real body and the clones. A terrifying suction force appeared, crushing everything like a black hole. The 1,000 clones were still immune to attacks, as if they did not exist. But the real body couldn't escape the net of law. The distance between them was enough for Lin Feng to hold on for a while. Hua! Instantly, the water clone's real body disappeared. An extremely strong water-type energy surged into his body. Lin Feng's eyes instantly lit up. Such abundant energy. It's no less than the water droplets of 100,000 water clones. Lin Feng was extremely surprised. From the most ordinary water clones to the water clones stationed at the end of the branch, and then to this giant water clones, the energy of the water droplets kept increasing. This clearly meant one thing. In this 100 falls, the energy of the water droplets would increase as the strength of the monsters increased. Pa, pa, pa. The thousands of clones disappeared in the blink of an eye. The destruction of their true bodies caused them to instantly vanish like ownerless souls. It was quite easy. The talent of the Celestial Dog Clan is truly formidable. Lin Feng thought to himself. Coupled with his flame of rebirth and the space in his body, it could be said to be successful in every endeavor. Lin Feng couldn't help but think back to the time when he fought with the little celestial dog. This move, Celestial Dog Swallows the Sun, had indeed caused him a lot of trouble. The first time, he had the protection of the reverse spiral armor, but the second time, he had almost died. Who would have thought that it would become my trump card now? Lin Feng suddenly smiled. Innate skills were indeed terrifying. Even the black fog of the Black Mist Fiend dragon race was astonishingly powerful. It could increase one's own speed and reduce the enemy's speed. It was extremely powerful in close combat. My Starry Sky Pupils is also a type of talent, but I still don't know how to use it. Lin Feng understood that given the heaven-defying nature of the Starry Sky Eyes, he definitely possessed a terrifying talent. However, it had yet to awaken, or rather, he still didn't know how to use it. That day, he had only used it to attack, but it was already astonishingly powerful. Father wants me to join Uncle. He probably wants me to return to the Lin clan. There, I should be able to find the answer. Lin Feng thought to himself. At this moment, all of the doppelgangers had disappeared. As the last doppelganger disappeared, a huge whirlpool suddenly appeared in the waterfall. An astonishing amount of water-type energy poured out, forming a huge waterspout. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly as he stared at the changes in front of him. The waterspout howled. Suddenly, Hua! A bright light flashed. At this moment, at the top of the waterspout, a huge wheel appeared in the air. Whoosh! It spun violently, creating a gust of wind. When the huge wheel appeared, it enveloped the entire sky. It was very shocking. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide. He felt a tremor coming from his heart. His heart thumped non-stop. The blood in his body boiled. It was as if something was being drawn out from his body. Looking at the huge wheel, Lin Feng seemed to be in a daze. At this moment, the fragments in his arms whizzed out. As if they were summoned, the hundreds of fragments suddenly seemed to have a mind of their own. Instantly, walala! An ear-piercing sound rang out. Lin Feng looked at the empty space in the middle of the huge wheel. At this moment, the fragments actually assembled themselves, as if they were pieces of a jigsaw puzzle. The ancient patterns continued to condense. The lines connected and emitted an intense light. A powerful force was surging out. So this is the use of the fragments, Lin Feng muttered softly. Why do I feel that this wheel is so familiar? It's as if it's shaking from the heart. Lin Feng frowned. The expression in his eyes kept changing. This feeling was very real. Bzzz, bzzz, bzzz. The fragments condensed, forming an indescribable strange pattern. The clear patterns seemed to contain secret. Lin Feng stared at the huge roulette. Scenes of nothingness floated past his eyes. It was as if he was walking quickly, but also as if he was shuttling through a passage. His whole body was sometimes fast and sometimes slow. Suddenly, his body felt tense. Is this an illusion? No. It's the fluctuations of the wheel's rotation. Lin Feng was shocked. He deeply felt the power of this huge wheel. Even if it was just a trace, it was far beyond his imagination. It was a terrifying existence. The electric current kept fluctuating. The space seemed to be pierced and split open. The fine cracks condensed into light beams. Lin Feng's eyes were hazy. Suddenly, 4 paths seemed to appear in front of him. Lin Feng opened his eyes wide. Feeling the familiar smell, his heart almost jumped out of his chest. This feeling, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide. It's the Void Bridge. It was exactly the same as the 4 void bridges he found when he entered the Dragonai's ancient ruins. It represented the 4 types of heaven and earth: matter, energy, time, space. And the one he chose, it was time. Boom. His head shook. In an instant, Lin Feng understood. All of his doubts disappeared at this moment. The secret of aging? Lin Feng smiled. Looking at the spinning wheel, one of the paths was extremely bright. In an instant, Lin Feng flew into the sky and stepped in without hesitation. The path of time. Aging waterfall test passed. A clear voice sounded. Lin Feng smiled. The darkness in front of him gradually brightened. Sure enough, it was as he expected. A total of 8 hours. You have 92 hours in the time-secret realm. The clear voice sounded again. This time, Lin Feng couldn't keep calm. His head was buzzing, his heart was full of surprise, and his face was confused. Time-secret realm? Lin Feng was a little stunned. At this moment, the voice didn't stop for a moment. It sounded for the 3rd time. You have completed the aging waterfall test for the first time. You have more than 92 hours left. You have received a reward, the tear of spacetime. As soon as the voice fell, Lin Feng looked over. A sparkling teardrop-shaped jade was floating in front of him. It was completely transparent and shone with a strange luster. Lin Feng held it in his hand. It was warm and his heart throbbed intensely. He could completely sense the energy contained in this tear of spacetime. It was of the same origin as him. The path of time. That's it. Lin Feng waited for a while, but the voice didn't sound again. Looking at the sparkling and translucent tear-like crystal in his hand, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile bitterly. He was given a reward, but there was no explanation at all. It should be a numinous treasure, right? Lin Feng murmured softly. After carefully observing the tear of spacetime, Lin Feng pondered. With his knowledge, he obviously couldn't see through it. If only Duoduo was here. Lin Feng shook his head. With Duoduo's knowledge, he would definitely know its function. But now he could only rely on himself. Chi. He cut his left hand with his right hand, and a drop of sparkling blood dripped down. The wound on his left hand healed almost instantly. After the transformation, his body had completely merged with the phoenix blood, and his recovery ability was extremely strong. Drip. The blood merged with the tear of spacetime. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. He was looking forward to it. The reward from the 100 falls was obviously extraordinary. But 3 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds, time passed slowly, but the tear of spacetime didn't react at all. Lin Feng looked disappointed. He shrugged, but there was nothing else he could do. His knowledge was limited, it was indeed lacking. We'll talk about it in the Douling world. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Now wasn't the time to study this. He had to make good use of the 92 hours. This was the reward time. With a thought, Lin Feng instantly put the tier of spacetime into the purple ring. He took a deep breath and forced himself to remain calm. According to the mysterious voice, he should have entered a place called the Time Secret Realm. It was definitely a treasure land. Lin Feng's eyes were bright. He didn't have any doubts. Looking around, this place was vaguely similar to the Void Bridge. It was like a starry sky, and there was a mysterious color everywhere. Up, down, left, right, they all seemed real and illusory. It was as if he could reach out and touch them, but also as if they were far away. There was a huge characteristic here. The time energy was very rich. It was thousands of times stronger than the outside world. It was even stronger than the Void Bridge. Inside, even if he stood still, Lin Feng could feel the energy of heaven and earth constantly pouring into his body. He was absorbing it crazily. The abundant energy made him feel as if he was bathing in the starry sky. Something seemed to be flying in his mind, but also seemed to stop for a moment. The feeling was very strange. Lin Feng let out a long breath, his eyes bright. The Time Secret Realm. Let me see how special it is. Looking ahead, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. He took a step forward, and instantly, it was as if he had stepped into the world. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 364. It was a wonderful space. It was filled with the power of time and had endless mysteries. If I can cultivate here, my life spirit should improve very quickly, right? Lin Feng smiled and thought to himself. However, it was just a thought. After all, it was a waste of talent. As part of the reward of the aging waterfall, it would be a waste if he just cultivated here. Moreover, Lin Feng shook his head lightly. Of his two life spirits, his main life spirit had already fused with the Sun Fate astrolabe. His advancement as a celestial spirit master depended entirely on the fire of rebirth. As for the existence of his other life spirit, the Starry Sky Pupil, he still did not know how to use it correctly. What's so special about the Time Secret Realm? Lin Feng thought to himself. Looking around at the strange starry sky, it was as if he was walking in the starry sky. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Everything here was constantly changing. It was as if time was passing slowly. Looking up, a meteor streaked across the sky with a light luster. Lin Feng's heart moved slightly as if he had sensed something, but he couldn't tell what it was. Looking down at the ground, the crystal glass-like transparent existence was evolving the life of a butterfly, from birth to growth, and then breaking out of the cocoon to become a butterfly. It was very fast, but it was very slow in his eyes. There was a subtle balance between the two. There was also a wave-like airflow surging, as if the sky was changing. The clouds were floating, looking very blurry. Everything was full of mysteries. The Time Secret Realm. What's here? Is it a treasure, or? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. His heart was filled with hope and calmness. He wasn't in a hurry. 92 hours wasn't long, but it wasn't short either. It was enough for him to think twice before he acted. It's very wide, very big. And the deeper I go, the more condensed the power of time. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He felt it very deeply in his heart. The surrounding scene was constantly changing. With a slight glance, there was a strange feeling in his heart. It was indescribable, as if he was walking on a path that he was familiar with. It was touching from the heart. It was like déjà vu. Let's continue. Lin Feng didn't stop. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Vaguely, he seemed to have understood something. Although he didn't know how miraculous this secret realm of time was, there was one thing that he was certain of. Here, one could comprehend. It was somewhat similar to the void passageway in the Dragonification ancient ruins. Back then, he had sensed the power of time and seen a scene in the void passageway. That memory was very vague, and the details seemed to have disappeared completely. However, Lin Feng still remembered the meteor shower that he saw. It crashed down. Pung! Lin Feng's head exploded. Looking at the starry sky above, he was completely stunned. Just like now. Boom! Boom! It exuded a scorching aura and brought about astonishing energy fluctuations. Meteorites flew past in front of him one after another. They were extremely fast, but in his eyes they were extremely slow. Lin Feng could clearly see the fine details on the meteorite, the mist, and the ashes. The phoenix natal chart in his body shone brightly, especially the yang natal chart that had fused with his natal soul. The phoenix's eyes were filled with an extremely intense light. At this moment it was incomparably clear. The memories that had escaped instantly appeared and surged into Lin Feng's mind. He deeply remembered everything that happened that day. The meteorites in front of him were several times larger and denser than that day. However, they were several times clearer. Their speed became extremely slow, like a turtle crawling. Every meteorite was infinitely magnified in front of his eyes and could be touched by reaching out. Lin Feng looked at them one after another. It was as if his entire body had entered the void and was immersed in it. The world became extremely slow. The second in the sky was extremely long. Everything was happening at this moment. Stop. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the secret realm of time, the scene of Lin Feng looking up was completely still, as if he had become a statue. However, around his body, the extremely dense power of time surrounded him like a cocoon. Layer by layer, it deepened. It was thick and condensed. Lin Feng's body entered a wonderful state. At this moment it instantly stopped. Enlightenment. Time passed slowly. As for Lin Feng, he remained in that state. Although there were many places where one could achieve enlightenment, some things seemed to be destined. The surging qi of heaven and earth enveloped Lin Feng. Being in the state of enlightenment, he naturally couldn't feel the passage of time. It's so magical, Lin Feng said softly. There was a very comfortable feeling in his body and mind. It was as if he was bathed in this starry sky and his body had completely merged with it. Somehow, he seemed to have sensed something. He looked at the meteorites that continued to fall, as if there was no end. A strange power was instilled in his mind, squeezing and filling. However, there was also a strange feeling. The speed gradually increased, and that feeling became stronger. Over and over again, it deepened. What is this? What is it? Lin Feng looked at the starry sky in front of him and muttered to himself. In his heart, a door seemed to be slowly opening. Boom! 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 The meteorite rain fell faster and faster. Lin Feng's eyes also became brighter and brighter. The strange state led to the gathering of energy. In an instant, bang! There was a soft sound in his head. Instantly, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide. It was as if he was in that void. As Lin Feng entered, everything suddenly became clear. It was as if a lock with a password had been unlocked in an instant. Feeling the crazy energy around him and the surging aura, Lin Feng's heart beat faster and faster. He looked at the rapid meteorite rain Lin Feng move. Deceleration space. Lin Feng's eyes were as bright as stars. At this moment, the rich qi of heaven and earth was completely released. With his body as the axis, it formed a spiral shape and spread out like a vortex. The bright light circle was densely packed with energy. It was filled with powerful time energy. Its aura was extremely shocking. Whoosh! The crazy meteorite rain suddenly slowed down. The area of deceleration space was extremely large. With his body as the shape of ripples, it formed a three-dimensional circle. He was in the center of the circle. The origin. It was as if the sky collapsed, as if the earth cracked, as if a flood broke through a dam. In an instant, at this moment, Lin Feng instantly understood. Bang! He opened his eyes, which emitted a bright light. Everything had changed completely. A new scene had started. Deceleration space has evolved. Lin Feng's mouth curved slightly. Phew! He let out a long breath. At this moment, the thick time energy outside Lin Feng's body had dissipated. It was all absorbed by his body. Lin Feng gently opened his hands and clenched them. He smiled slightly. His strength had increased again. This reward is really generous. After the evolution, the deceleration space has no blind spot. I can use my body as the axis, and similarly, I can also use other parts as the axis. Lin Feng's eyes were shining. He nodded slightly. The biggest weakness of the deceleration space that day was its range of effect. Now it had been completely improved. Not only that, the speed of deceleration had greatly increased. With the origin as the axis, it formed an area like a magnetic field. It was exactly the same as the black fog, but its application was more extensive. It was more convenient and unpredictable in battle. Each has its own strength, Lin Feng said softly. The black fog would be affected by the enemy's strength, but that was a talent skill, just like Tengu swallowing the sun. It lasted for a long time. After all, the deceleration space was limited and needed to consume soul energy. Although it wouldn't be affected by the enemy's strength, it had a time limit and couldn't be used continuously. However, compared to the black fog, it was more flexible. More importantly, it was just an ability. But it was comparable to talent. If I use both at the same time, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. He felt a hint of excitement. When the two were combined, it would produce an effect of 1 + 1 greater than 2. Very good. Lin Feng was very satisfied. I just don't know how much time I spent in the epiphany just now. Well, don't worry about it. Continue. Lin Feng immediately stepped forward, not stopping at all. Since he had already started, he had to make the best use of his time. Such an opportunity was hard to come by. Here, I can have an epiphany anywhere. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. Walking in this starry illusory realm, his comprehension of the time energy was raised to the peak. Along the way, he felt moved in many places, but he only glanced at them and didn't stay for long. If he observed carefully, he would probably fall into the epiphany just now and comprehend the Tao of time. Perhaps, what ability would he obtain? He didn't know. Lin Feng's eyes were clear as he searched for the next target. He wanted to find an existence that was as strong as just now. The stronger it was, the deeper the feeling. I can comprehend the most in the shortest time. Lin Feng nodded vigorously. He understood. His time was limited. He didn't know how much time he had spent in the 92 hours. Fast. 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 Lin Feng quickened his pace. His body leaped in the starry illusory realm like a dancing butterfly. He shuttled through the flowers, searching for the flowers that he was most interested in. Soon, the time energy became stronger and more condensed. Lin Feng entered the depths. He felt suffocated in his chest. The abundant energy created a huge resistance. Bang! Lin Feng retreated quickly. His face was a little pale. As expected, this place restricts one's strength. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, but he didn't force it. It was like eating. The bigger one's stomach, the more rice one could eat. Eating too much might not be a good thing. Turning back, Lin Feng immediately looked for another path. He had to make full use of his time. Every second, countless scenes and illusions flashed past his eyes. Strange feelings surged in his heart from time to time, but Lin Feng didn't stop. Until, whoosh! His eyes suddenly lit up. His chest rose and fell. The violent heartbeat made Lin Feng widen his eyes. Looking ahead, Lin Feng was stunned. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 365. A surging aura surged madly. It was an aurora, a bright white light in his eyes. A white light. This is it. Lin Feng was so shocked that his heart couldn't stop beating. The white light in front of him suddenly appeared, bringing about an astonishing arc. Behind him, blue, green, orange, and all kinds of auroras were desperately chasing. Cutting through the sky, cutting through space, shuttling into the depths of the endless starry sky as if it was a race. It kept accelerating. A ray of aurora together with another ray of aurora. In front of Lin Feng's eyes, it reflected into a hazy afterimage. The phoenix life plate shone brightly, the phoenix eyes flashed, Lin Feng's life spirit throbbed deeply, comprehending. This seemed to be the most natural phenomenon in the starry sky, the most essential existence, but it contained endless mysteries. Lin Feng's eyes shone, comprehending this scene, his mind completely focused on it. In the time-secret realm, everything was passing. Time passed extremely quickly. Even though Lin Feng felt that only a moment had passed, he still felt that time had passed. Perhaps not even 2 hours had passed. But in fact, the 92 hours had come to an end. So fast! What is this? Lin Feng muttered softly, looking at the lightning-like rays of light sprinkling across. Leaving a deep imprint in front of his eyes, the tremors in his heart transformed into a strange consciousness, constantly seeping into his mind. As if he felt something, but also as if he understood something. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, the luster light shining. Lightning flashed, the rainbow-colored aurora was shockingly bright. Looking at this strange scene, Lin Feng's mind seemed to have been activated, the bright expression filled with a wisp of excitement. It was as if he could see through a layer of gauze, the existence behind the gauze. An ability that could be controlled. Almost. Just a little more. Lin Feng clenched his teeth, the feeling in his heart was getting stronger and stronger. Thump, thump. His heartbeat sped up, Lin Feng's forehead kept oozing sweat. He felt anxious. Time was almost up. His head was a little swollen and painful, the strong urge made Lin Feng's face pale. Whoosh, whoosh. Streams of aurora flashed before his eyes, turning into light and shadows. It was as if streams of information were being transmitted into his mind. In his mind, the door opened gently, and a ray of light shone through. Lin Feng was incomparably excited. At this moment, he had already touched the edge of existence. Is that it? Lin Feng's body trembled slightly, and the time energy, outside his body became extremely dense. At this moment, the spiral-shaped airflow was like a vortex, deeply enveloping Lin Feng. Everything was about to fall into place. But, pung! A huge force exploded. In an instant, Lin Feng's face paled, and the feeling disappeared. That feeling was as if he had fallen from the sky back to the mortal world in an instant. His heart felt empty, as if something was missing. In his memory, those fragments disappeared, as if they had never appeared. Hua! White light flickered. When Lin Feng returned to Hundred Falls, his eyes flashed with astonishment. He was back. Returning from the waterfall of aging and passing the test perfectly should have been something to be happy about, but Lin Feng's face was filled with disappointment. Closing his eyes, no matter how hard he tried to recall, he couldn't remember that scene. Only the outline remained in his mind, like a painting that had lost its spirit. Just a little bit more. Phew! After letting out a long breath, Lin Feng opened his eyes. With a light tsk, Lin Feng felt that it was a pity. Perhaps if he had 4 more hours, he would have been able to comprehend a new time ability. But there was no maybe. At least, I have touched the edge. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Since it was a foregone conclusion, there was no need to be emotional. With this time ability, sooner or later he would comprehend it. Although I didn't comprehend a new time ability, space deceleration is an evolution. Lin Feng smiled, his eyes sparkling, and his right hand flashed, and a sparkling teardrop-shaped jade appeared. It was translucent and shone with a strange luster. Lin Feng held the tear of spacetime and carefully observed it. A look of fondness flashed in his eyes. This tear of spacetime gave him a good feeling. Perhaps this was the biggest gain? Lin Feng smiled. There was only one final test left. Looking at the orange waterfall of the undead, Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. Danger. When he first entered 100 Falls, he felt that this waterfall of the undead was terrifying. Even now it was still dangerous. On the other hand, his own strength had increased considerably. But it's still not enough. Lin Feng nodded slowly. In this test of life and death, he had no way out. The waterfall of the undead should be a 7th-grade waterfall. According to its name, it seems to be related to the undead. Lin Feng muttered thoughtfully, I wonder if I have to face the undead, or find some secret of the undead. After pondering for a while, Lin Feng shook his head. There was no need to guess. Even if he knew, so what? The most important thing is to increase my strength. Lin Feng clenched his fist and felt the new strength in his body. In just 3 months, his strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Leaving Tianwu continent that day was indeed a wise decision. I have to enter Douling world. Father is waiting for me, Ziyao is also waiting for me, and teacher and duo Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He never forgot his responsibility. He had to pass through this hurdle. In 100 Falls, the difficulty of the test should be based on the warrior's level. My warrior level should be at the 6th or 7th level of the Star River level. Lin Feng shook his head. His position was very vague. War God was at the 6th level, but Sky Spirit Master and Martial God were at the 7th level. My Star Sky pupils have yet to awaken, War God has yet to reach the peak of the Star River level, and the Flame of Rebirth. There should still be a lot of room for improvement. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. He instantly made a decision. Continue to cultivate. He was not in a hurry to enter Douling world. Whether it was Zi Yao's matter or his father's matter, it could not be completed overnight. Moreover, without strength, how could he survive in Douling world? Rely on his uncle Lin Jing, whom he had never met, or the Lin clan? Lin Feng smiled faintly and clenched his fist. Since young, he had relied on himself. Swoosh! His figure flashed. Entering the Yang Fate star plate, Lin Feng's lips curled. Sure enough, he was still in the extreme Road Phoenix realm, but outside. Not bad. Lin Feng nodded. If he returned to an empty place, he would have to find the Phoenix realm again. After all, he only had one memory stone and it had already been used. It wouldn't be easy for him to find something as suitable as the Polar Phoenix realm. Let's go in. Lin Feng's eyes were burning. Without hesitation, he came here to cultivate, improve his strength. In the endless void, there were stars scattered in front of him. Entering this place again, Lin Feng was no longer as surprised as he was at the beginning. Unfamiliar the first time, familiar the second time. As the bright fiery red flew and roared in the chaos, Lin Feng saw the 7-colored light again. The huge phoenix was filled with an extreme aura. Its beautiful wings were dazzling. The 2 solitary flames intertwined, forming a beautiful picture. The fire of devouring, the fire of rebirth. 2 types of top-notch flames. It disappeared in a flash. The picture gradually zoomed out. Lin Feng immediately saw the 7 familiar light spot. He saw his flame ball, which was emitting a scorching light. It had a very familiar feeling of power. The size of the flame ball had increased by a lot, like a baby turning into a child. Although there was still a huge gap between it and the other balls, at least in the process of approaching. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly burned. Could it be that the other balls here are also warriors who have the phoenix natal plate, like me, and have lit up the destined star plate? Or phoenix? Lin Feng thought. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. It was too similar. Although they were different in size, they were the same type of existence. As he thought about it, everything in front of him changed again. It was like a passing cloud, disappearing in the blink of an eye. The surging flames flickered brightly. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He was already in a strange but familiar space. He was back. The phoenix language that he did not understand sounded in his ears again, but Lin Feng did not care. Looking over, the flaming passageways burned with astonishing flames. Lin Feng immediately felt his fighting spirit boil. The fire of rebirth in his body had completely condensed and surged out, forming a thick red light. Suddenly, Lin Feng exclaimed softly. These passageways changed. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he was stunned. The aura emitted by these 10 flaming passageways far surpassed that of before. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng came to a realization. That's right, I've already passed through the flame passageway last time. My fire of rebirth has entered a new level, so it is indeed time to change to a new cultivation environment. However, this extreme road phoenix world is truly magical. Lin Feng sighed softly, looking at the 10 tunnels in front of him that were emitting a scorching aura. 9 of them were dim, leaving behind only one that was full of vigor. The aura of the flames was like a ferocious hungry tiger, filled with an astonishing killing intent. Lin Feng exhaled a long breath, but did not mind and immediately stepped in. To him, which flaming passageway he entered, was there a difference? 6 hours later. The veins on Lin Feng's face were exposed as he clenched his teeth. After cultivating, he finally understood why no one had entered this passage. It was too painful. What a terrifying tempering method! Lin Feng's teeth chattered. The pain of the burning soul stimulated every part of his body, squeezing out the power of his fate soul to the limit, urging the cultivation of the fire of rebirth. Here, Lin Feng finally understood why his body had so much vitality. It was because of the fire of rebirth. The power of defense. The fire of rebirth was a protective existence. If the fire of devouring was an offensive flame, then the fire of rebirth was a protective flame. Persevere. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his willpower was quite strong. Pain could not only temper one's temperament, but cultivating here would also squeeze out one's potential to the limit. The cultivation of the fire of rebirth was increasing at the highest possible rate. Come. Lin Feng's eyes shone with a sharp light. He was never afraid of challenges. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 366. Talent and aptitude were important, but temperament and hard work were also indispensable. Hold on! What's a little pain? Inside the Extreme Roads Phoenix world, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and endured the flames burning every part of his body. The flames of rebirth resisted to the limit. Every second, countless flames of rebirth were consumed, but at the same time, an endless amount of flames of rebirth appeared. It formed a cycle, just like refining iron, refining it over and over again. The body, as the battlefield, was subjected to unimaginable pressure and pain. But at the same time, there was a reward for every effort. After being reborn from the flames of rebirth, his body was constantly being tempered in this extreme pain. Although it wasn't intentional, it was growing stronger bit by bit. Tempered into steel. At this time, the original Lin Feng was also doing his best in the 100 Waterfalls, toward the 7th Order War God realm. Time passed by as Lin Feng continued to cultivate. A month's time flew by in the blink of an eye. The flame's increase in grade has slowed down. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Lin Feng was gradually getting used to enduring the pain of being burned for a month in the flaming tunnel. Most importantly, the flames of rebirth were increasing, causing the pain to gradually decrease. It was as if the burden on his body had lightened by a lot. In a month, the flames of rebirth only increased by 1 grade. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Until yesterday, his flames of rebirth had just broken through to the 41st or 51st grade. It was very slow, but in this flaming tunnel, the speed of cultivation was already the fastest. Lin Feng had tried the other 2 flaming tunnels, and the speed was even slower. Although it's only 1 grade, the difference in power is a full 2 times. Lin Feng nodded inwardly. In the past, the flames of rebirth didn't increase much with each grade. Only by crossing grades could it be considered a big step forward. Although the increase was slow, the effect was huge. It seems that the further it goes, the harder it is to increase. Lin Feng understood. No wonder Duo had said that 1 year was enough to reach the Star Sea realm, but to reach the Star Lord realm, it would take 100 years. As for the cosmic realm state, it would take 10,000 years. However, there's still a barrier that I can't cross before reaching the Star Sea level. Lin Feng was slightly worried. The Phoenix natal chart was indeed powerful, but in order to advance from the Celestial River stage to the Celestial Sea stage, he had to light up one of the remaining lamps in his fated star plate. It was extremely difficult. I don't even have a clue about the gold, earth, and wood fate astrolabe. Only the water fate astrolabe has hope, but unfortunately, it can't even gather 2/10,000ths of its energy. Lin Feng pondered for a moment and shook his head. There was no other way. Could it be that he had to hunt a divine beast with his current strength? He was simply courting death. Let's go and see. At least my war god rank isn't restricted. Lin Feng nodded. As long as he continues to cultivate and meets the requirements for promotion, his war god will naturally break through and reach the Star Sea level. Although his strength would be affected, it was still within an acceptable range. After a month of cultivation in the 100 Falls, my main body is about to break through to the 7th level. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he felt a bit of joy. Although he didn't receive much help, cultivating in the 100 Falls with such abundant spirit energy, he was getting closer and closer to the Star Sea level. Only half of the estimated 1 year had passed. 3 days later. Soon. Almost there, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light. Emperor Shun's earth energy covered his entire body and merged with the pure spirit energy of heaven and earth. His entire body flashed with a holy light. His chest heaved up and down as the energy of heaven and earth crazily poured in, turning into earth energy and merging with his body. In an instant, hua. His body felt like it was about to explode as his cells continuously split and changed. The changes in his muscles were like the reorganization of energy. Lin Feng clearly felt that his bones, cells, and meridians were all strengthening. War God, 7th level. The pure energy of his body had already reached the Star Sea level. His strength had greatly increased. Pop. Lin Feng opened his eyes and clenched his right hand, feeling a deep power. At this moment, the secret doppelganger in the Phoenix realm of the Extreme Road instantly appeared in front of him. The 2 Lin Fengs looked at each other and instantly merged into one like illusions. Boom! His body trembled. Lin Feng exclaimed softly, feeling slightly surprised. The merging of the 2 bodies actually caused a small change. His body that had been strengthened in the flaming passage actually changed the composition of his meridians and muscles when they merged into one. Although it didn't increase the strength of his body, it was refined and refined as if it was being refined. Tempered into steel. Clang! The sound of the spear was deafening. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. The nightmare demon's spear seemed to have felt a bit of joy and lightly vibrated, as if it had a mind of its own. Gently stroking the perfect body of the spear and the soft lines, Lin Feng's right hand instantly clenched tightly as he stepped forward. Chi! The sharp sound of something piercing through the air rang out. It was just an ordinary stab, but it contained a terrifying amount of power. Buddy, perhaps? I'll have to rely on you for a long time in the future. Lin Feng smiled faintly and lightly held the nightmare demon's spear. This was the benefit of dual cultivation. Even if he was restricted in one aspect, but it wouldn't affect his overall strength. He had no weaknesses. After a short rest, Lin Feng adjusted himself to the best state and prepared to set off. The last hurdle. Waterfall of the Dead Spirit. Let's begin. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. War God, Martial God, and Sky Spirit Master had all reached the 7th level. It would be difficult for him to make any further breakthroughs in a short period of time. Even in a cultivation place like the Extreme Roads Phoenix Realm, the cultivation of the Flame of Rebirth had become slow. Rather than that, why not change? Seek changes. Enter the Waterfall of the Dead Spirit. I wonder what will be in this 7th grade waterfall. Lin Feng's lips curled up slightly. Looking at the small orange ball in front of him, although he still felt danger, it had weakened a lot. Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. He touched it with his right hand. In an instant, a powerful suction force appeared. Lin Feng's head shook and disappeared in the blink of an eye. 7th grade waterfall, Departed Spirit Waterfall. A familiar voice rang in his ears. Lin Feng's eyes focused. Prelude mission. Find one of the 3 departed spirit cave waterfalls. Total time limit, 100 hours. Prelude mission not completed. Die! The voice resounded in his ears. Lin Feng jumped. Just as he expected, the departed spirit waterfall was a 7th grade waterfall. Its difficulty was extremely high. Prelude mission. Lin Feng muttered softly. In other words, there was a follow-up mission. Moreover, the punishment of the mission was extremely severe. From that calm and indifferent tone, there was even a trace of elegant killing intent, as if he was looking down on all living things, causing people to feel a chill from the bottom of their hearts. This final test was even more terrifying than they had imagined. 3 departed spirit cave waterfalls. There are no hints. It should be the same as the dwarf waterfall. The clue is in the waterfall. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had already arrived at a new world. Water world. It was filled with an intense aura of the water element. It enveloped the entire world. Waterfalls that resembled raindrops could be seen everywhere. The clear sound kept ringing in his ears, bringing about a heavy feeling. Lin Feng frowned slightly. He had an unusual feeling. It was as if he was in the realm of death. This was the departed spirit waterfall. The proportion of the water element is more than 90%. Lin Feng's eyes were resolute. It's one step higher than the aging waterfall. It was constantly weakening. The higher the level of the waterfall, the greater the difficulty. This place seemed to be filled with danger everywhere. Lin Feng looked up. In the sky, the familiar huge circle appeared again. However, it was completely different from the previous time. It was a full size bigger. It was as if it was drizzling in the 100 cells. Clear water droplets dripped down at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every cell represented 2 hours, 100 hours, and it's the total time limit. Lin Feng thought softly. His blood flowed rapidly. His nerves were tense as he faced the challenge of the last checkpoint. Lin Feng's fighting spirit was boiling. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Lin Feng sped forward. In front of him, due to the presence of the large amount of waterfall, a mist rose and blocked his vision. But it did not obstruct the senses of the mind's eye at all. It was like a spider's web, densely covering the surrounding area. However, Lin Feng was shocked and frowned. Whoosh! His body stopped in midair. Lin Feng's eyes were like torches as he looked around strangely. In his senses, there was not a single bit of energy in the area that was scattered like stars in the sky. There was not a single star. It was extremely strange. What's going on? Lin Feng's eyes kept changing. Could it be this strangeness is related to the search for the undead cave waterfall? Lin Feng was startled and looked around. In the area visible to the naked eye, there were hundreds of waterfalls. They were like raindrops falling from a nest, complementing each other. The sound of rushing water was like a resonating piece of music. Lin Feng could not help but purse his lips. These waterfalls, there doesn't seem to be anything special. The senses of the mind's eye scanned the area again and again. However, he still did not find anything. Maybe the monsters are gathered in front. Lin Feng nodded thoughtfully. Slightly stunned, Lin Feng continued to move forward. Instead of making unnecessary guesses, it was better to use actual actions to prove it. What exactly was the secret here? Nothing. Still nothing. After continuously moving for the time it takes to burn an incense stick, the senses of the mind's eye still did not find any monsters. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. One must know that his current speed was extremely shocking. But this place was like an empty land of death. There was not a single living thing in it. Lin Feng furrowed his brows and focused his mind. What exactly was going on? There are no monsters. Could it be that they are all gathered in the undead cave waterfall? But where are they? Lin Feng murmured the words Cave of the Dead Souls. He kept murmuring these words. Suddenly, could it be? Lin Feng's eyes lit up. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 367. Hua! Lin Feng's figure suddenly moved. He directly rushed towards the nearest waterfall like a shooting star. Chi! Like a sharp arrow piercing through. The sound of surging water fell into his ears. Lin Feng suddenly felt a strong pressure. In that huge waterfall there was a membrane-like existence. In an instant, Lin Feng's eyes were burning, emitting a clear luster. As expected! Break for me! Lin Feng's right hand flashed with a flame. The flame of rebirth was like a sharp blade, instantly breaking the membrane that was like a barrier. Instantly. His mind's eye spread out, and a shocking aura spread throughout his mind. It was like stars scattered all over the sky, illuminating the entire starry sky. Lin Feng landed on the ground. In his ears, the sound of rushing water had already disappeared. Behind the waterfall, there was a huge cave. In the slightly humid environment, there were all kinds of plants. Above the cave, there were hanging stalactites that looked like ivory. They looked extremely beautiful. Behind the waterfall, there was a completely different world. The so-called cave waterfall. Lin Feng smiled. As expected, it's the cave behind the waterfall. That day in the Black Mist demonic Dragon Valley, he had hidden in the stalactite cave for a long time. Lin Feng still remembered it clearly. However, due to the influence of the dwarf waterfall and the aging waterfall, he had a preconceived notion, so he did not consider this possibility. But now there are so many waterfalls. There must be something special about it. Lin Feng said softly. There must be a reason for abnormal things. There must be a reason for it to exist. Let's go in and take a look. Lin Feng's eyes shone. His body was like lightning, instantly rushing forward. A brand new map spread out in his mind. With his mind's eye, Lin Feng quickly found the light spot closest to him. Lin Feng's eyes brightened. It was a 2-meter-tall iron hole. Under the thick armor, there was a flash of darkness. In its right hand was a lightsaber, and in its left hand was a lightsaber. It was armed to the teeth and looked very impressive, but the thick aura of death completely betrayed it. It was an undead. Let's see how strong you are. Lin Feng sped up. In an instant, bang! The nightmare spear was unsheathed. A sharp light flashed as Emperor Shun's aura wrapped around his body, revealing Lin Feng's steel-like muscles. Lin Feng was able to control his pure and refined body even more freely. As he took a step forward, he could clearly feel the improvement he had received in the extreme road phoenix realm. Although it was invisible, but the effect was extremely strong. Flash of flowing light. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. With his current return to origin strength, any spear move could be executed to perfection. Back then, when Firmament created the Firmament spear art, it was divided into 7 levels. At that time, it was exquisite beyond compare. But when Lin Feng's spear technique reached the realm of return to origin and completely surpassed Firmament, he finally understood that the Firmament spear art was only a spear move that guided the power. It couldn't be considered the true essence. Lin Feng could now easily surpass the explosive power by 10 times. This was the control of his muscles, the control of his body. Combined with his footwork and movement techniques, in the end, everything had returned to its original state. Clang! The iron hole undead move. Its speed wasn't fast, but its footwork was solid. The lightsaber met Lin Feng's spear, and the lightsaber stabbed forward. A very standard battle movement. In terms of speed and strength, it even had the strength of a peak war god. But, the spear directly pierced through. Lin Feng, who was shrouded in the black fog, completely exploded in speed. The sharp spear's power crazily poured out at this moment. Even though he didn't use the space deceleration, even though he didn't use the wind vortex to increase his speed, just this pure physical strength, Lin Feng, was already a complete victory. Even though it was a war god Star River level 7, its attack power had already reached the Star Ocean level. The iron hole undead turned into a ray of light and instantly disappeared. A sparkling water droplet faintly floated. As expected, Lin Feng calmly smiled. His right hand flashed, and directly swallowed the water droplet. A cool energy spread throughout his body, spreading to his 4 limbs and 5 meridians. The Phoenix natal chart's 4th light spot, the water natal chart, shone. Lin Feng lightly nodded. It's about the same energy as the waterman at the end of the aging waterfall. The strength of the monster determined the strength of the water droplet. For example, the waterman at the end of the aging waterfall that could split into 1,000 clones, the energy of the water droplet was no less than 10,000 watermen. After all, it's a 7th grade waterfall, not bad. A normal monster's water droplet has 10 times the energy of the aging waterfall waterman. Moreover, a cave is not like a lake. The cave space is limited, but the number of monsters doesn't decrease. Hunting for water droplets, it's more efficient. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Without stopping for a moment, he rushed forward. For other warriors, it was very difficult to fight in a narrow environment with less space to dodge. But for Lin Feng, it was more advantageous. It increased the speed of his hunting. Flames of rebirth. Rise. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The crazy flames burned everything, and thousands of densely packed, undead dissipated in an instant. Among them, apart from the iron hole undead, there was also a bow-wielding undead. One attacked at close range, while the other attacked from afar. It could be said that they complemented each other. However, to Lin Feng, it was just nourishment. Hua! After absorbing all the energy of the water droplet, Lin Feng's expression revealed a satisfied expression. The hunting efficiency here far exceeded that of the aging waterfall. In less than 5 minutes, he had absorbed tens of thousands of water droplets. The hunting speed was equivalent to 10 times of the aging waterfall, and the energy absorption multiplied by 100 times. But compared to the dwarf waterfall, it's still inferior. Lin Feng shook his head lightly. Even though every undead here contained more than 100 times more water droplet energy than a dwarf. But in the dwarf waterfall, it was too satisfying to kill. That place was almost tailor-made for the heavenly dog swallowing the sun. If there's a chance, it would be great if I could go to the dwarf waterfall to cultivate again. Lin Feng said softly, but his speed was not slow at all. After passing through a few forks, he entered the area densely packed with undead in the blink of an eye. A faint smile appeared on his face. Other warriors would definitely find a safe fork, but he just had to walk towards the dangerous place. 2 hours later. Have I reached the end? Lin Feng was stunned. While immersed in the killing, he had unknowingly walked to the end of the cave. This place shouldn't be the undead cave waterfall, right? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He had hunted millions of undead, but there was nothing special about it. After every undead died, they left behind only water droplet. Even the energy of the water droplets was exactly the same. It was unlike the aging waterfall, where there were fragments. There was nothing special about the entire rainfall cave. At least, I've swallowed millions of water droplets. It's worth the price. Lin Feng nodded. Although there were still no clues about the undead cave waterfall, in these 2 hours, he had hunted more than 100 million dwarves in the dwarf waterfall. The water fate astrolabe had eaten its fill. Where is the real undead cave waterfall? Lin Feng frowned and pondered. He had to think carefully. After all, he only had 100 hours. There were tens of thousands of rainfall caves. If he had unlimited time, Lin Feng would be more than happy to search the caves one by one. However, based on his current speed, he could only explore 100 rainfall caves at most. More importantly, this was only the preamble mission. 100 hours was the total time limit. There must be a clue. I can't let a blind person cross the river. Lin Feng was very clear about the test in the 100 waterfalls. In the darkness, there must be a door that could be opened. Is it because of the difference in aura or the difference in monsters? Or is there something special about the undead cave waterfall? Although he had a lot of questions, Lin Feng couldn't get an accurate answer. The key was there were too few samples. Lin Feng nodded. Maybe I'll get some inspiration after exploring a few more rainfall caves, Lin Feng murmured in his heart. Time was precious. This rainfall cave was blocked. In other words, he had to go back the way he came. He had to go back to the undead waterfall to enter the other rainfall caves, which would also waste some time. After all, the caves were different from the outside. There were countless forks in the caves, making it difficult to use his speed. I'll have to waste another 15 minutes. Lin Feng sighed. He didn't stop and turned to run towards the entrance of the cave. His mind's eye was like a spider's web. Xiao! 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 As if he was running on flat ground, Lin Feng controlled his body like a shadow. He pushed his speed to the limit. Every minute movement of his muscles and every change in his cells were under his control. Lin Feng deeply felt the benefits of cultivating in the extreme road phoenix realm and the inhuman pain and torment that came with it. The effect was very good. After a few turns, suddenly, Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and his eyes changed slightly. Pa! His body stopped instantly. Lin Feng looked to his left. At the edge of his mind's eye, there was only one undead. Moreover, the aura is very different. Lin Feng's senses were very sharp. Let's go take a look. There were many forks in the caves. It was impossible to go through every single one. This time, Lin Feng took a different path. His original intention was to kill a few more undead on the way back. Naturally, he wouldn't complain about having too many water droplets, but he didn't expect it was a coincidence. Lin Feng's eyes were like torches. It was a huge undead. It was 10 meters tall, and its aura was much stronger than the other undead in the caves. Even the color of its armor was golden. A sword of light condensed with powerful water elemental energy appeared. Its pitch-black hollow eyes flickered with a cold light. Clang! Seeing Lin Feng, the huge undead let out a low roar and attacked. Lin Feng wasn't surprised. Instead, he was happy. His heart was beating fast. Clearly, this was an opportunity. Rebirth flame. Lin Feng's eyes emitted a cold light. The resplendent flame transformed into a fireball and exploded. Like a meteor, it burned fiercely. A power that far surpassed the star sea level shot towards the huge undead. There was no way to block it. At the current stage, the advantage of the rebirth flame was too big. Boom! It exploded. The shocking flame instantly annihilated the huge undead. At this moment, a sudden change occurred. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 368. Tremors. Violent tremors. The mountain rocks shook as if there was an earthquake. Sure enough, there's hope. Lin Feng was delighted. He was quick to react, and he instantly grabbed the water droplet left behind by the giant undead. Boom! Boom! Large pieces of rock fell from the sky, and the tremors were quite strong. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Just as he was puzzled, a light gate slowly opened in the mountain wall in front of him. The bright light was very tempting. Lin Feng's eyes were bright, and his heartbeat quickened. He seemed to have unintentionally uncovered the password. Ta! Lin Feng stepped in without any hesitation. His figure left behind a trail of light. As Lin Feng disappeared, the light gate also disappeared without a trace. He was out. Huh! Looking at the surrounding scenery, Lin Feng's eyes were sparkling. After coming out of the light gate, he had returned to the undead waterfall. Looking at the waterfall that was almost the same as when he had first entered, Lin Feng felt a little disappointed. It was not as he had imagined. It seemed that all it did was save the time needed to return to the cave entrance. Forget it. At least I earned a water droplet. Lin Feng was also carefree and did not care too much. When the crystal water droplet in his hand entered his stomach, he instantly felt an extremely strong energy, which was 10,000 times stronger than that of an ordinary undead. The water fate astrolabe shone again. At this moment, whoosh! In midair, countless specks of light converged from all directions. Lin Feng widened his eyes and looked at the strange scene in front of him. He could not help but gasp. The bright light spots condensed into the shape of an arrow, pointing to his left. It was to the west. Oh, I see. Lin Feng was enlightened and smiled. He suddenly understood that he had unknowingly unraveled the clues to the undead spirit cave waterfall. With a direction, how could he not find it? Lin Feng smiled calmly. Whoosh! There was a sharp sound in the air. Following the direction of the arrow, Lin Feng's speed exploded. The arrowhead condensed from light dots was like a guiding light, leading the way, maintaining the same speed as Lin Feng. Passing through the surrounding waterfalls one by one, Lin Feng did not stop. These were not the undead cave waterfall. Lin Feng was startled. From the corner of his eyes, he saw that the arrowhead was actually slowly losing its luster as time passed. However, the scenery in front of him hadn't completely changed. Clearly, he was still quite a distance away from the undead cave waterfall. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he sensed the dimming of the energy. Wind vortex! Lin Feng shouted. Tens of thousands of small holes absorbed the energy, instantly increasing Lin Feng's speed. The speed of the light arrow wasn't slow either. When Lin Feng was fast, it was fast as well. They were like two parallel lines. However, the weakening of the light arrow's brightness was unavoidable. Bit by bit, it gradually dimmed until it completely disappeared. Pa! Lin Feng's figure stopped. At this time, the arrow of time had completely disappeared. After traveling for the time it took for an incense stick to burn, he was still in a faint water mist. He could see endless waterfalls around him, as if he was in a maze. It was very strange. This isn't an illusion. Lin Feng nodded lightly. The feeling of the light arrow leading the way was very clear. It was heading straight to its destination. Unfortunately, his speed was still not fast enough. This undead waterfall is indeed huge. Lin Feng thought to himself. The number of waterfalls was much more than he had estimated. If he was like a headless fly, he would definitely fail this obstacle. Searching for the undead cave waterfall among at least tens of thousands of waterfalls, it was too difficult. Now, Lin Feng muttered. The appearance of the light arrow should be related to the death of the giant undead. Lin Feng nodded lightly. From the death of the giant undead to the appearance of the light door, and then his return to the undead waterfall. The light arrow appeared. All of these could be connected into a line. Let's hunt another giant undead. The light arrow should appear again. Lin Feng's eyes lit up instantly. Without stopping, his body moved like a gust of wind, heading straight for the waterfall closest to him. He entered it in the blink of an eye. 2 hours later. As expected, seeing the light arrow appear again, Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. After clearing another waterfall, he found traces of the giant undead near the entrance of the waterfall. He killed it without hesitation. After that, the same scene repeated itself. Go! Lin Feng didn't stop for a moment. The whirlpool lit up instantly. Lin Feng madly urged himself, his body like a hurricane. Soon, he followed the light arrow and headed towards the southwest. The 8th waterfall. The 9th waterfall. Again and again, Lin Feng tirelessly cleared the waterfalls one by one. After clearing 10 waterfalls in a row, the amount of water energy he absorbed was equal to the amount he obtained in the dwarf waterfall. The water-destined astrolabe increased by another 10,000th of the energy. It was very weak, but this was a project that he had to complete. If he wanted to level up, he had to light up the remaining 4 destined astrolabe. It's so far, Lin Feng exclaimed. As if it was a test of his patience, he still hadn't found the undead waterfall. He raised his head and glanced at the giant disk. Among the 100 cells, the 9th cell was almost empty. This meant that 18 hours had passed. No wonder there's a limit of 100 hours. Lin Feng nodded. His speed was already very fast. If it were other warriors, it wouldn't be easy to avoid the millions of undead in the cave. What's more, it would be a huge project to find and kill the giant undead. There's no hurry. It's not even 10%. Lin Feng smiled calmly. Right now, he was already walking on a visible path. Sooner or later, he would find the real undead waterfall. This light arrow seems to be about to finish its mission. Lin Feng looked at the light arrow in front of him. It was already flickering slowly like a mist. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. The purplish-black light on his right leg continued to flicker. The wind vortex's amplification continued to run through his leg. Although it couldn't be compared to the instantaneous explosive power of the aperture eruption, the heroic soul that had fused with the wind vortex had a lot of endurance. Amplification again. Lin Feng was ready to seize the last minute. His body flashed through like lightning. But, Lin Feng stopped in place. He was stunned. There was no more light arrow in front of him. There were no more waterfalls in front of him. He had entered a dead end. The light arrow disappeared? Lin Feng looked back. There was no trace of the light arrow. According to convention, before the light arrow disappeared, there would be a gradual decrease in its brightness from bright to dim, flickering to faintly discernible. But now, it only flickered slightly before completely disappearing. It was extremely unusual. There was only one reason for this abnormality. I've reached my destination. Lin Feng smiled. This was a sealed valley. There was a faint mist. The sound of water splashing continuously entered his ears. It was like a piece of music. Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he looked straight ahead. Although there were countless waterfalls in this place, the largest waterfall in the deepest part of the waterfall was extremely eye-catching. It was 10 times taller than the other waterfalls. It was like a giant, that completely outshone the other waterfalls. It was the tallest existence. Undead waterfall, Lin Feng murmured softly. Taking a deep breath, Lin Feng's eyes shone brightly. He felt the thick aura of death, and immediately rushed towards the place where the aura was the thickest. This was it. Break! Lin Feng shouted. The flame of rebirth appeared violently and exploded in his right hand. Instantly, boom! The hot aura exploded and burned everything. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with dazzling light. He could feel that the barrier was destroyed. A tremendous aura with a thick smell of blood and terror rushed into his head like a malicious ghost. Lin Feng clenched his teeth. His eyes shone with a cold light as he shouted angrily. Get lost! Lin Feng's mind was extremely firm. He had experienced this kind of evil illusion many times before he became a titled martial god. It was nothing. What? A black light flashed in front of him. Lin Feng felt a binding pressure on his body. It was extremely terrifying. He had stepped into an unknown area. At this moment, that familiar voice sounded again. Preface mission completed. Less than 20 hours. Reward received. The voice fell beside Lin Feng's ears. He was startled and then smiled. He naturally wouldn't complain about having too many rewards. But what was the reward? Lin Feng was confused. At this moment the voice sounded again. Follow-up mission activated. Find the heart of the Lich. After entering the heart of the Lich cave, you will be cursed by the Lich. You will lose all elemental origin energy until find the heart of the Lich. If you fail the mission, you will be cursed forever. As the voice sounded, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide. He was a bit confused. Curse? Lose all elemental origin energy? What is that? Lin Feng was stunned. Suddenly, his eyes shone as if he understood something. Lin Feng jumped and opened his hand. The flame of rebirth. But there was no reaction. He couldn't feel the existence of the phoenix natal plate at all. It was as if it had completely disappeared. Lin Feng's face turned cold. He took a deep breath. In this gloomy environment, he felt a chill down his spine. He had lost the treasure that he relied on to survive. He couldn't sense the phoenix natal plate. Not only could he not use the flame of rebirth, he also couldn't sense the flame sphere. Without an independent space, he couldn't use the Tengu swallows the sun. In the dwarf waterfall and aging waterfall, the flame of rebirth and Tengu swallows the sun that made great contributions. Here, they were crippled. This is troublesome. Lin Feng frowned. The difficulty of finding the heart of the Lich would undoubtedly increase greatly. Most importantly, if he failed the mission, he would be cursed forever. The price was quite high. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 369. At least I still have the strength of a war god, Lin Feng said softly. Luckily, he had raised his war god's strength to rank 7 before entering the Dead Spirit waterfall. Without a doubt, he had an extra bargaining chip. Wait. Lin Feng frowned. Other warriors don't dual cultivate like me. If the war god and celestial spirit master lose their connection with the elemental origin energy, wouldn't they break their own arms? Lin Feng's eyes changed slightly. He thought for a moment and nodded. There seems to be a shortcut to obtain the heart of the witch. Otherwise, the war god and celestial spirit master who relied on the origin energy to fight wouldn't stand a chance. Actually, come to think of it, whether it's the dwarf waterfall or the aging waterfall, they all have shortcuts, Lin Feng muttered. Back then, with his strength, he was unstoppable. He didn't need to use his brain at all. He could kill his way through and get it easily. But now, I have to be careful. I can't be rash, Lin Feng thought to himself. This wasn't the past. With his war god's strength, he had no problem fighting one-on-one. However, if he got into a group battle, it would be troublesome. Movement techniques weren't his forte. He usually relied more on the black fog, the speed reduction space, and the wind vortex. Where would the heart of the witch be? Lin Feng thought to himself. His mind's eye spread out like a spiderweb. Although he couldn't sense the elemental origin energy, his fate soul was normal. In his senses, the energy aura was densely packed like stars in his mind. Lin Feng couldn't help but frown. A lot. Moreover, the aura was very strong. It's very familiar. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He instantly understood. It's that huge undead. Lin Feng exclaimed. In his senses, these densely packed auras were exactly the same as the huge undead in the rain waterfall, exactly the same. No wonder. Lin Feng muttered. Everything seemed to follow a line and brought him here. This big guy's strength isn't bad. Although it has the strength of a peak galaxy level, compared to the Iron Cave Undead, which is also a peak galaxy level, it can easily fight 1 against 10. Just because they were of the same level, it did not mean that their strength was the same. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he recalled every battle he had with this huge undead. His attack power is not inferior to mine at all. It has reached the star sea level. It's just that its speed is a bit slow, but its defense is pretty good. Good at close combat. The light sword and light shield were enhanced versions of the ordinary metal cavern. If it's a one-on-one, I'm confident. It's just that the commotion caused by the battle might alarm other undead. Even though I'm faster than many, but the cave was different from the outside. There were many forks in the cave, and it was difficult to make full use of one's speed. It would be very easy for them to be surrounded. After all, there were too many monsters. There shouldn't be too much of a problem if we're careful. Lin Feng thought to himself. After practicing for so long in the rain waterfall, it was still helpful. The structure of each cave was more or less the same, with complicated twists and turns and many forks. The biggest difference at the moment was, in the past, he had chosen to walk in areas with a lot of monsters. Now, he chose to walk in an area with fewer monsters. That was all. It shouldn't be difficult, right? Lin Feng thought. But would it really be so smooth and easy? In fact, he had no other choice. After entering the heart of the Lich Cave waterfall, if he did not want to be cursed forever, then there was only one way to go: find the heart of the Lich. Whoosh! Whoosh! A black figure nimbly moved in the cave waterfall. Its sensing ability is 1/3 less than mine. As long as I'm careful, I won't alarm this big guy. Lin Feng thought to himself. They were both Star River level 7, but the sensing ability of the life soul was definitely stronger than that of the human soul. Just like the defense of the human soul was definitely stronger than the life soul. Everyone had their own strengths. This big guy's range of activity is irregular, but it will only move in one tunnel. Lin Feng observed for a long time and came to a conclusion. The giant undead would only patrol its own area. There are 3 forks in front. I definitely can't go to the left. In the middle, if I go to another fork, there's no way to go. It's easy to be discovered by the patrolling undead. Lin Feng calculated silently. Only the right path has a small gap. But it's very difficult to grasp the gap between the patrolling undead. If I'm not careful, I'm afraid I'll be surrounded by thousands of giant undead. At that time I'll die. Lin Feng frowned, feeling the difficulty. None of the 3 paths were easy to take. I can only try the right path. Lin Feng nodded. He could not think of any other way. If he walked into the other 2 forks, he would definitely bump into the giant undead. Only the rightmost path was relatively less likely. Just as he was about to enter, Lin Feng was startled and stopped. But, lightly patting his head, Lin Feng smiled bitterly. I'm really stupid. I didn't take the safe path in the middle and wanted to dance on the cliff on the right. Other warriors might have to avoid this big guy, but one or two giant undead. What did he have to fear? Those who are alone, just kill them. Lin Feng smiled. A fierce, killing intent flashed in his eyes. His body suddenly rushed forward. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it cleanly. 3 undead, one at a time. Lin Feng spread out his mind's eye and confirmed that there were no other undead around. In an instant, like a whirlwind, he rushed in. Bang! The nightmare demon's spear clanged, shining brightly. Flash of flowing light. Lin Feng stepped out. Emperor Shun's aura wrapped around his body. The rich energy of heaven and earth wrapped around the nightmare demon's spear. The black fog shrouded Lin Feng and the giant undead. One was increasing and the other was decreasing. The difference in speed was even greater. In an instant, there was a sudden contact. Fast. Lin Feng's spear was extremely fast. Like a shooting star, it pierced straight at the giant undead. A low roar sounded like a bison. The light shield in the undead's hand met it. Although its body was big, its reaction was not slow at all. Although the speed of the light shield was weakened, it only needed to move slightly to block Lin Feng's attack. At this time, the light sword was already shining brightly. You want to block it? Lin Feng's eyes were bright. Boom! A purple and black light shone brightly. Lin Feng's right knee, a violent energy instantly surged. Wind vortex. Go! Lin Feng's speed doubled. The moment the undead's light shield fell, it went straight through. At this moment, the power erupted. Bang! Emperor Shun's aura was filled with strong energy. In an instant, all the defenses of the giant undead were destroyed. A huge hole was pierced through the golden armor. The pair of empty eyes that shone with a cold light became dim. Bang! The energy exploded. A fatal blow. Even if the giant undead was stronger than the little celestial dog. But in front of the current Lin Feng, it was trash. The first one. Following the same pattern, Lin Feng used the same move and quickly dealt with the other 2 giant undead. It was effortless. They have no intelligence. Killing them is too easy. Lin Feng harvested 3 water droplet. The energy was quite sufficient. It was equivalent to 10,000 times the energy of an ordinary undead. Lin Feng was very satisfied. Very good, it did not cause any commotion. Lin Feng smiled lightly. In his mind's eye, everything was normal. The other 2 forks were too far away from here and could not be reached. And the giant undead in front was also far beyond his sensing range. Continue. Lin Feng sped forward. Very big. It should be said that it was quite big. At least 10 times bigger. Lin Feng muttered. After continuous exploration, Lin Feng walked through countless forks. The feeling in his heart became clearer and clearer. It was like dancing on the tip of a knife. Here, there was no room for negligence. But to find a small heart of lich in this vast cave was easier said than done. According to the usual practice, the heart of lich must be in the deepest part of the cave. Lin Feng said softly. His eyes flashed like lightning. According to the current width of the cave, I'm afraid that it will take me more than 20 hours to reach the destination. The bigger the cave, the more difficult it was to find it. Most importantly, every second here was filled with danger. The test of patience is quite big. Lin Feng's gaze was deep. A single mistake could cost him his life. I can't let my guard down. Lin Feng opened his eyes again. His eyes were sparkling. There was only one life. 6 hours. 12 hours. 20 hours. Time passed by minute by minute. In Lin Feng's eyes, every second was being calculated incessantly. He could not afford to be distracted. Moreover, this was not like an ordinary waterfall. Sometimes, in order to find a safe path, he had to take a big detour. Going around in circles was extremely exhausting, but there was no other way. Caution is the parent of safety. If there was a heavenly dog swallowing the sun, I wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Lin Feng wiped the sweat on his forehead. The deeper he went, the more dangerous it was. It was almost like walking on the edge of a cliff. There were several times when he was almost surrounded. Fortunately, he was careful and avoided those dangers. The heart of Lich, where is it? Lin Feng frowned slightly. While moving, a fork appeared in front of him. Lin Feng's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, he went to the left. However, suddenly, in the left tunnel, a cluster of white light blasted. In the crack of the mountain rocks, a huge undead strangely flashed out. The light sword slashed down. It was as heavy as Mount Tai and as fierce as thunder. Lin Feng's face instantly changed. Oh no, it's hiding its aura. This huge undead did not have the slightest energy aura. It was very cunning. Wind vortex. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. In an instant, his reaction was extremely fast. A purplish-black light flashed. A huge force suddenly came from his right leg. Lin Feng's body unexpectedly spun to the side. In an instant, bang! With a bang, the nightmare demon's spear stabbed out. It turned complicated into simple. A simple flower dance wiped out all the disadvantages. Lin Feng's spear technique had already returned to its original state. Flash of flowing light. Stepping forward, the nightmare demon's spear stabbed forward. Under the cover of the black fog, his speed was pushed to the extreme. He turned defense into offense. In just an instant it was victory. Chi! The spear pierced through the golden armor. A loud explosion resounded in the entire cave. In an instant Lin Feng's face changed. Oh no! Lin Feng was extremely shocked. This sudden battle had caused the thousands of huge undead creatures on the right side of the fork to. They were completely awakened. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 370. Lin Feng's expression changed drastically. Thousands of giant ghouls swarmed over like a tide of ants. The entire right passage was packed to the brim. He had poked a hornet's nest. Faced with this predicament, Lin Feng gritted his teeth and focused his mind. His mind was extremely clear. Calm down. Lin Feng's eyes burned. Fighting them head-on is definitely not a wise move. Lin Feng had no confidence in fighting thousands of giant ghouls alone. Moreover, this crazy battle might attract even more ghouls. At that time, he would really become a turtle in a jar under the heavy encirclement. Run. There was no other choice. Ahead was an unexplored area. Turn back. Lin Feng instantly made a decision. He remembered the way he came very clearly. He could use his speed to get rid of these giant ghouls. Whoosh! Lin Feng's movements were extremely fast. However, just as he took half a step with his right foot, his expression changed instantly. Oh no, I forgot. Lin Feng was extremely shocked. He remembered the path he had taken when he came here very clearly. He had jumped down in a trapezoidal manner and barely managed to avoid the group of dead spirit. He had almost missed by a hair's breadth. If he turned back, that was the only path he had to take. Once the ghouls behind me are awakened, the ghouls in the stairs will surround me from above and below. I'm dead meat. Lin Feng's face was pale. His accelerated heartbeat caused cold sweat to drip from his forehead. In an instant, thousands of small holes in the vortex on his right foot exploded with energy. Lin Feng's body strangely turned 240 degrees and headed toward the only left passage. He sped away. He had no other choice. I'll fight. Lin Feng gritted his teeth. At this moment, his life was at the edge of a cliff. Rumble! Like an earthquake, Lin Feng could feel the might of the ghouls behind him. It was terrifying. The low roar sounded like a call. Wherever he passed, the ghouls that were not in his sensing range actually joined in the encirclement. Lin Feng raised his spear and swung it down. His movements were not slow at all. Chi! Chi. After killing 3 huge undead in a row, Lin Feng's speed did not slow down in the slightest. I will not die here. Lin Feng's eyes shone with a cold light. In the face of danger, his strength was completely unleashed. He had no way out. Fortunately, I didn't turn back to the original path. Lin Feng secretly felt lucky. His body continued to twist and turn, quickly changing directions. It's inevitable that such an earth-shattering pursuit will attract the attention of another undead horde. When the time comes, there will be no way to escape. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, he sensed with his mind's eye and saw that there were many forks in the road before him. There was no time to hesitate. Right! His senses reached their limit. Lin Feng's instantaneous judgment was almost instinctive. It was indeed based on his experience in the cave waterfall. The fewer undead there were, the more dangerous it would be. On the other hand, there would always be a small gap left in the swarm of giant undead. It might seem dangerous, but as long as one was careful, they could pass through it safely. Not good! Lin Feng had just started to run, but he immediately reacted. Under the pursuit of the giant undead behind him, there was nowhere safe. Boom! Another group of undead were enraged. They left their patrol area and went straight for Lin Feng. The low roar was like a bell from hell, causing Lin Feng to feel a chill run down his spine. Feeling the heavy pressure behind him, Lin Feng's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He had already lured them, so it didn't matter if he lured them a little more. Fortunately, his speed was much faster than these undead. Their huge bodies and thick armor made the already slow undead move even more cumbersome. In fact, if it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't use his pure speed in the cave waterfall, he would have already escaped from their pursuit. However, there were no ifs. He was frantically fleeing. Lin Feng, as if he had committed a crime, was being chased by the undead. The entire heart of the Lich Cave waterfall was bustling with activity, and the feeling of an earthquake was constantly assaulting him. Lin Feng was like a fuse. Everywhere he went, there was nothing that wasn't ignited. He lured all the giant undead out, one after another, group after group. From thousands to tens of thousands, and from tens of thousands to tens of thousands. He couldn't stop at all. This time, I've really gotten into big trouble. Lin Feng frowned. He didn't expect that the giant undead here would be like dominoes, and with a push, they all fell. Feeling the aggressive aura behind him, and the intense killing intent, these emotionless giant undead really wanted to kill him. But he was just a little too slow. I still have a chance. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. The key is that I can't let them surround me. Once I'm surrounded and stop, I'll really die. Lin Feng was very clear about this. He spread out his mind's eye, calculating every direction and every danger as he ran. His brain was being used to its limit. Lin Feng's expression was very serious. At this moment, every detail was of utmost importance. A single mistake and he would regret it forever. To the right. And then to the left. Lin Feng could only brace himself and run with all his might. The situation in front of him was already out of his control. It was too scary. They were densely packed, and he couldn't even count them. There were too many of them, to the point that Lin Feng himself was numb. In less than an incense's time, I've actually covered more ground than I did in 20 hours. Lin Feng laughed at himself. The whirlpool flickered, and his body made a sharp turn without slowing down. Even though he could increase the distance between him and the undead behind him, but new pursuers would appear. It would form a vicious cycle. There's only one way to change this situation. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Find the heart of the Lich and complete the mission. Lin Feng thought. He was very clear about this. He was already fighting with his back against the wall. If he wanted to break this vicious cycle and save himself, there was no other way except for the heart of the Lich. Fortune and misfortune come together. It's not necessarily a bad thing. Lin Feng's eyes were deep. In just an instant's time, he had explored the same area as he did in the past 20 hours. The efficiency was very shocking. Time ticked by. The pressure on Lin Feng's body was getting heavier and heavier. The cave waterfall was filled with danger. Just now, another undead that was hiding its presence ambushed him from the front. If he didn't react fast enough, he would be in big trouble. If he was held back by it, or even delayed for a little bit, the situation would become very dangerous. Encirclement from 3 sides. In the narrow space, Lin Feng danced. It seemed easy, but he knew the pain. Where is it? Where is it? Lin Feng was burning with anxiety. Every second of the 15 minutes of fleeing was so torturous. The anxiety came from the bottom of his heart. Lin Feng's forehead was dripping with sweat. Turn again. It was not easy to maintain the speed of 18 consecutive turns at high speed. Lin Feng frowned. This was the first time he had encountered such a unique turn in this cave waterfall. It was as if he wanted to do something. Suddenly, boom! Lin Feng's head exploded. A huge wave of evil energy came, filled with powerful energy, and imprinted in his mind. It was a terrifying aura that seemed to come from the depths of hell. It was like a demon devouring people and falling into the boundless hell. Compared to the aura of the undead, it was simply dwarfed. It was extremely terrifying. But Lin Feng's face didn't have the slightest bit of fear. There was only joy. Excitement. It's here. It's finally here. Lin Feng was wild with joy. There was nothing more worth being happy about than discovering such an anomaly. He had been running for so long and persevering for so long. What he had been waiting for was this opportunity. An opportunity to get rid of everything. The heart of the witch. It's there. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled. His chest rose and fell. At this moment, the terrifying footsteps behind him could no longer be heard. Only the bleak aura in his mind was left. It was full of fear and pressure. The thick aura of death entered his mind and turned into malicious spirits. But Lin Feng was not afraid at all. Whoosh! A black light burst out. His whole body seemed to be tumbling in a spiral staircase. After 18 consecutive turns, Lin Feng, he had finally arrived. This is the heart of the witch? Lin Feng's eyes shone. He saw that the heart in front of him was suspended in the air. It was half black and half red, with blood vessels running through it. It was beating. The appearance was quite terrifying. There were many sunken holes and raised granules. It looked like a face that had been corroded. It was abnormally shocking. Extremely terrifying. The aura was even more frightening. It should be it. Lin Feng clenched his right fist. The whirlpool under his right foot accelerated to the limit. Without hesitation, Lin Feng rushed to the side of the heart of the witch and reached out to touch it. There was no way out for him. The sound of heavy armor and footsteps behind him rang in his ears. They were getting closer and closer, more and more hurried. They were filled with a murderous aura. Lin Feng seemed to be able to see the palpitating faces and the black, empty eyes. It was close at hand. Boom! His head exploded. The moment he touched the heart of the witch, a terrifying power rushed into his mind. His eyes were filled with blood. There was a mess of broken corpses. A boundless sea of blood was surging. The roars of demons came from the black sky. Malicious spirits bared their fangs and brandished their claws. Lin Feng felt as if he was in the Avicii hell. The scene in front of him was extremely terrifying. The violent aura constantly attacked his mind. Illusion. Lin Feng's eyes were cold and sharp. His heartbeat sped up. His chest heaved up and down. The illusion in front of him was filled with powerful attack. It was as if it wanted to swallow him whole and suck him into the Avicii hell. So scary. Lin Feng's expression changed. He clenched his teeth and resisted this terrifying power. This illusion was different from others. Other than affecting his mind, there was also a terrifying pang-ran energy that was like a sharp awl. It constantly pierced his mind and forcefully scattered his consciousness. It was extremely aggressive. Hold on. I can't back down. Lin Feng's eyes were red. He knew very well what the consequences of failure would be. Not to mention the tens of thousands of undead behind him, just the heart of the Lich alone was probably. His consciousness would be annihilated. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 371. One wave after another. Lin Feng continued to suffer, as if an incomparably long time had passed. But in reality, it was only an instant. His chest heaved violently. Lin Feng's temperament was indeed tough, but the power of the Lich's heart was even stronger. Under the constant attacks, Lin Feng's line of defense was like the wind and rain, on the verge of collapse. Danger was slowly spreading in this waterfall cave. How could a 7th-grade waterfall be ordinary? I will definitely not die here. Father, Xiao are still waiting for me. Lin Feng bit the tip of his tongue. Blood stimulated his taste buds, and the pain made him more clear-headed. At this moment, Lin Feng suddenly thought of his father's illusion of darkness, and his mind exploded. When born, it is called essence. When two essences fight, it is called God. Inner thoughts are not cute, outer thoughts are not entered, only I am independent, it is called primordial spirit. Reciting Mystery of Souls softly, Lin Feng's heart gradually calmed down. That sinister illusion continued to attack his mind, but the feeling of slackness disappeared. His consciousness tightly held onto the unity, and his temperament returned to normal. There was no longer the feeling of his consciousness collapsing. It was as if he was in darkness. The first page of the gray book in front of him was flipped open, and words appeared in front of him, flickering with golden light. Lin Feng was completely immersed in it. The illusion was broken by itself. After an unknown amount of time, it felt like an instant, but also like countless hours and countless days. The illusion finally disappeared. Like the rain over Tianqing, all the darkness was expelled. Pata! Pata! The Lich's heart in front of Lin Feng began to shatter, as if it was shedding its skin. The disgusting and ugly red and black skin slowly fell off, and each of the particles was filled with holes. It shattered into large and small pieces and fell to the ground. A faint light bloomed from the Lich's heart. It was like a peach that had its skin peeled off. Hua! Lin Feng opened his eyes, and they sparkled. The cultivation of Mystery of the Soul made his spirit incomparably vigorous, and his aura condensed. What a miraculous effect! Lin Feng was extremely surprised. He didn't notice it before, but now he suddenly realized that the most mysterious and mystical part of Mystery of Souls actually existed in that inconspicuous wedge. Lin Feng suddenly saw the changes in the Lich's heart. At this moment, her originally ugly appearance had completely disappeared. Replacing it was an extremely beautiful heart that flickered with an exquisite luster. That feeling was like a butterfly breaking out of its cocoon and being reborn. Too miraculous. Hua! Instantly, Lin Feng felt a warm and powerful aura. The Lich's heart emitted a scorching light that was incomparably resplendent, instantly enveloping him. An extremely strong energy gathered in his body. Lin Feng instantly felt a startled feeling, as if something was embedded in his chest. And in an instant, the phoenix natal plate shone brightly. The gathering of energy caused all the meridians in his body to open up, and his blood to flow again. Feeling the powerful energy returning to his body, Lin Feng's face instantly revealed a look of deep joy. Boom! Rumble! At this moment the sound of vibrations was still like the sound of drums. The sound of hurried footsteps, the clanging of armor, and the low roars of the undead resounded in his ears. In front of him, a densely packed, undead horde suddenly appeared. Mission completed. The familiar voice resounded in his ears. But at this moment, Lin Feng's fighting spirit was completely boiling. After being silent for so long, after being sullen for so long, in this Lich's Heart Cave waterfall, he was like a rat crossing the street. At this moment, with the return of the Phoenix natal plate, with the return of his true strength, all of his depression completely erupted. Hua! The astonishing flame of rebirth ignited. Die! Lin Feng's eyes were as bright as the stars. There were no other thoughts, only kill, kill, kill. Crazed slaughter. With a loud explosion, the entire cave, which was tens of thousands of meters wide and tall, was completely filled with flames, attacking Lin Feng's fighting spirit and fury. In the instant when the huge undead horde completely entered, a true massacre unfolded, a crazy battle to the death. Lin Feng was hysterical. The massacre lasted for the time it took to brew a cup of tea. Only when there were no longer any huge undead horde left did it finally come to an end. His chest heaved up and down, Lin Feng's eyes flashed with a bright light. In this battle, he had slaughtered no less than 100,000 huge undead horde. An astonishing battle record. A huge undead horde's water droplet is equivalent to 10,000 ordinary undead. And an ordinary undead horde's water droplet is equivalent to 100 dwarves. In other words, this battle is equivalent to killing 100 billion dwarves. Lin Feng's face was full of joy. When he had killed 1 billion dwarves in the dwarf waterfall, his water fate astrolabe had been filled to 1/10,000th of its capacity. And now it had been filled to 1/100th of its capacity. I've earned a lot. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. After absorbing 1/100th of the water droplet's energy, he could now vaguely feel the water fate astrolabe. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. The close brush with death not only allowed him to smoothly find the heart of Lich, but also allowed him to earn so much water droplet's energy. Oh right. Lin Feng was startled. He seemed to have heard that familiar voice just now, but he had actually thrown it to the back of his mind. Lin Feng could not help but smile bitterly. After waiting for a while, that's it. Lin Feng was a little startled. He seemed to have missed something. Forget it, who cares about it? Lin Feng shrugged, his eyes slightly brightening. Since there's no mission notification, I might as well kill to my heart's content. Every time he killed a huge undead horde, it was equivalent to killing 1,000,000 dwarves. Where could he find such a good thing? This Heart of Lich waterfall is so big there's too much prey. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and he immediately sped away. He could sense the Phoenix Fate astrolabe, and his strength had completely recovered. He had nothing to fear from these huge undead horde. Kill! There was plenty of time. This time, Lin Feng did not need to dodge left and right. Just like entering any waterfall, he went straight to the place where the undead horde was densely packed. Everywhere he passed, there were corpses everywhere. It was a crazy massacre. Lin Feng was like a tiger in a flock of sheep, unstoppable. Every corner fell, every huge undead horde, they were all massacred. No matter how small a mosquito was, it was still meat. Compared to the huge undead horde in every waterfall, this place was like a pile of endless treasures, inexhaustible. Every 1,000 huge undead horde was equivalent to increasing the water fate astrolabe by 1/10,000th of its energy. Awesome! Lin Feng was incomparably excited. The massacre lasted for a total of 62 hours. Every nook and cranny of the Lich's Heart Cave was swept clean. Not an inch of land was left. Until, boom! Lin Feng killed the last huge undead horde. Along with the appearance of a water droplet, a bright radiance instantly bloomed in front of his chest. It was an unusually warm and familiar aura. Lin Feng's eyes suddenly brightened. It was the Heart of Lich. The follow-up hidden mission has been completed. The Heart of Lich has recovered its strength, the reward has been issued. The familiar voice rang in his ears, and Lin Feng was suddenly startled. Before he came back to his senses, the Heart of Lich in his chest had already bloomed brightly, and the powerful energy was completely released. Instantly, Lin Feng opened his eyes wide, and his heartbeat quickened. This energy was extremely strong. However, it did not have any malicious intent. Instead, it was quite close to him. That feeling was as if it had fused into one. Waves of warmth flowed from his heart, and his chest was slightly hot. Lin Feng looked down and saw that outside his chest, a faint imprint had flashed. The Heart of Lich seemed to have taken root, and it had fused with his body, completely fused. This is... Lin Feng was shocked. He did not expect that he would accidentally complete the hidden mission and obtain the Heart of Lich. Although he did not know what the Heart of Lich was used for, since it could appear in the waterfall of undead, it should not be an ordinary item. Just the energy alone was shockingly strong. Hidden mission, Lin Feng pondered. It should be to kill all the undead horde in the Heart of Lich Cave, right? Lin Feng nodded slightly. Apart from this, he could not think of anything else that had triggered this hidden mission. He felt as if he had missed something. However, what he lost on the swings, he would gain on the swings. It was as if it was destined. As he thought to himself, Lin Feng touched his chest and felt the heat of the Heart of Lich. It was as if it was another heart of his, beating rhythmically. Lin Feng's lips curled into a smile. At this moment, whoosh! A white light flashed in front of him. A dizzy feeling came over him, and the world was spinning. In an instant, the scene before him changed. I'm back. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He had returned safely from the waterfall of undead. Not only that, but he had also earned a lot. The Water Destiny Astrolabe has absorbed 1/10 of the energy. Lin Feng clenched his right fist. Moreover, I have obtained the Heart of Lich, the Tears of Time, and other unknown powerful treasures. I have gained a lot from this trip. Lin Feng smiled and was extremely happy. What he was really happy about was not that he had gained anything, but he had successfully completed all 3 tests. The wish of the 100 waterfalls was about to be fulfilled. Boom! Lin Feng's head felt as if it had exploded. In an instant, an incomparably huge force filled the sky. It was extremely oppressive. The feeling was extremely familiar. It was the mysterious force that appeared when he first entered the 100 waterfalls, an existence that was like the might of heaven. You have passed all 3 tests. Your 3 wishes are about to be fulfilled. The majestic voice gradually sounded, and when it fell into his ears, it was like the sound of nature. Lin Feng suddenly smiled. After waiting for so long and experiencing so many hardships, he could finally enter the Douling world. Enter the Douling world. Land. Random teleportation. Wish begin to be fulfilled. The voice that was filled with the might of heaven fell, and in an instant, an incomparably majestic and terrifying force appeared. Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and that terrifying force instantly blocked his consciousness completely, as if he was in a chaotic void. In the blink of an eye, Lin Feng disappeared. I'm finally going to enter the Douling world. I forgot to post it yesterday. The next chapter will be updated at around 11 o'clock, and Xiao Xiao will spend the whole day coming up with the plot. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 372. It was as if he was traveling through time and space. The surrounding space changed violently, forming rings of light. Finally, I'm going to enter the Douling world. Lin Feng's eyes glowed. He had fully recovered his consciousness. Outside his body there was a faint halo. It was a power as powerful as the heavens, protecting him from harm. Lin Feng knew very well that if he had not been enveloped by this energy, just the frightening speed alone would have been enough to shatter his physical body. 100 waterfalls. It's really amazing, Lin Feng said softly. It was completely different from the other primordial ruins, and its unique structure made people click their tongues in wonder. Compared to it, the Dragon Transformation Ancient Ruins, the Steel Ancient Ruins, and the Heavenly Treasure Ancient Ruins were like children's toys. It contains extremely powerful energy. This time, I've only uncovered the tip of the iceberg. Lin Feng clearly understood that with his strength, if he were to challenge the next level of waterfall, he would most likely end up in a disaster. The last time he faced the undead waterfall, in the heart of Lich's cave waterfall, he almost died. The scene of him being chased by tens of thousands of huge undead creatures was still fresh in his memory. It was like dancing on the edge of a blade. It was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, it was scary but not dangerous in the end. I even earned a lot. Lin Feng smiled. The water fate astrolabe was filled with 1/10 of the energy. Although it was only 1/10, the energy it absorbed was so much. There are 3 undead waterfalls, but I only found one. The moment I got the heart of Lich's, the voice should have asked me to decide whether to explore the next one. Lin Feng shook his head. Although he felt a little regretful, he didn't feel it was a pity. It was a blessing in disguise. At the very least, his water fate astrolabe had absorbed 10% of the energy. Moreover, he had received a mysterious reward. The heart of Lich's. He felt another throbbing in his heart, as if there was a small life. Lin Feng was slightly surprised. Although he didn't know the origin of the heart of Lich's and what it was used for, it was undoubtedly a very precious treasure that he couldn't see through at all. I don't have Father's protection anymore. We don't have the Netherworld ship or Dwudwa's help. In this Do Ling world, I can only rely on myself. Lin Feng clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with determination. He came to the Do Ling world with hope and a goal. He had to make a name for himself. Saving his father and finding Ziyao was his responsibility as a son and husband. He had to take responsibility. Wait for me, Father Ziyao. Lin Feng's eyes flickered with a pure light as he spoke softly. I'm here. It felt like a long time had passed, but it also felt like a moment. The rings of light in front of his eyes gradually became more rapid and dense, like a tight-fitting garment that kept shrinking. Lin Feng felt a shocking power surging towards him in an instant. It was madly attacking him. Everything in front of him was bright. Boom! His head shook. It was as if he had fallen into the endless starry sky and the primal chaos. Lin Feng's consciousness was shaken, but he woke up in an instant. Hua! White light blossomed as lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A crack appeared in the space. Lin Feng felt that the power protecting him was slowly pushing him out. Then, as if it had exhausted its power, it slowly disappeared. He was in a dazzling light. It's here. It's finally here. Do Ling world. Lin Feng's eyes were as bright as stars. His heart was filled with excitement. He couldn't hide his excitement. After waiting for so long, he finally arrived. In an instant, the white light suddenly scattered. A wave of incomparably fresh, spiritual energy rushed towards him. Lin Feng's heart trembled slightly. Such dense energy of heaven and earth. Feeling the surge of this energy, which was only a little bit weaker than the 100 falls, Lin Feng suddenly felt relaxed and happy. Cultivating here would definitely be half the result with twice the effort. However, unexpected things would always happen. And Ding and Ning only appeared for a moment, existed for a moment, and then collapsed in an instant. Killing intent. An extremely sharp killing intent suddenly surged. Lin Feng seemed to hear a shriek by his ear. The moment he regained his vision and the power that was protecting him disappeared, an extremely intense killing intent wrapped around him. It was extremely sharp. In an instant, a fireman appeared in front of him. It was about 3 meters tall, had a human shape, and its entire body seemed to be burning with terrifying flames. What? Lin Feng was greatly shocked. He didn't expect that the first thing he did after entering the Douling world was to be ambushed. Deceleration space, Lin Feng shouted. Having just returned from killing in the departed spirit waterfall, his state of mind was still immersed in the intense feeling of battle. Lin Feng didn't panic at all. Although the fireman in front of him was fierce, it only had the strength of a star river. It was not even comparable to the giant departed spirit. The threat wasn't that great. As the human spirit rotated, the black fog exploded. Lin Feng's eyes were filled with killing intent. When people advance 1 foot, I advance 10 feet. He had never been a person who would resign himself to adversity. Chi. The nightmare demon's spear was unsheathed. Lin Feng quickly retreated and dodged. Instantly, a ray of red light appeared, like a burning fire. Feeling the battle intent in the spear, Lin Feng's mind was completely focused. The nightmare demon's spear was like a shooting star, streaking across the sky and piercing towards the fireman. Fast, ruthless, accurate. Lin Feng's spear technique was far superior to his movement technique. Returning to the basics, simplifying the complicated. Realm, very strong. Qi. The spear pierced straight in. Lin Feng's eyes sparkled, but they changed in an instant. The resistance was great. His attack, which was equivalent to a Star River realm expert, couldn't completely penetrate the fireman's body. This kind of physical strength and defensive power really made people click their tongues in wonder. It was as if it was made of steel and iron, solid and solid. He's obviously an ordinary Star River realm expert. How can his body be so abnormal? Lin Feng felt a little puzzled, but he didn't show any mercy. The spear pierced through the man's chest, crazily pouring in his aura to cause damage. Since he made a move, it was either he died or he died. Since he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. A mournful scream resounded and blood spurted. However, Lin Feng didn't show any mercy. Those who kill will be killed. Purring! His strength exploded. A scream came from behind him. It was crisp, as if it was afraid, but also happy. Lin Feng's eyes revealed a faint light. He pulled out the nightmare demon's spear and suddenly, boom! A streak of fiery light suddenly appeared. In front of him, the originally damnable, flaming man actually attacked him with a crimson face while gnashing his teeth. After suffering such a fatal injury, not only could he move, but he also acted as if nothing had happened. He could still attack. Lin Feng's eyes widened. This was too shocking. Looking at the bloody hole in the fireman's chest, it was still a shocking sight. He could feel the severity of his injury, which was far beyond the limits of an ordinary human. What's going on? Lin Feng was shocked. Logically speaking, with his heart pierced, there was no way he could survive. The horrifying hole in his chest was still vivid in his mind. With such an injury, even dying a few times wouldn't be enough. But the truth was right in front of him. This fireman acted as if nothing had happened. Monster! Lin Feng frowned. Although he didn't know what was going on, his speed wasn't slow at all. In a battle, he had to make all the preparations. Lin Feng's breathing was steady, and his eyes lit up again like bright stars. Murderous intent suddenly burst out. Since he didn't die, at worst, he would send him on his way. Flash of flowing light. The tip of the spear condensed an extremely strong force. Lin Feng's eyes were like lightning. This time, he aimed at the fireman's throat, that fragile neck. The instant increase in strength from the black fog allowed Lin Feng to take a step forward. Then, an attack as fast as a meteor suddenly erupted. He didn't need the wind vortex, it was enough. At this moment, the light man was not afraid at all. His right hand formed a fist, and directly punched towards Lin Feng's nightmare demon spear. He wasn't afraid at all. Break! Lin Feng's eyes lit up, and his strength was completely condensed. The crazy attack pierced towards the fireman. Under the violent collision, the fireman's expression changed, as if his strength was not enough, and he was completely repelled. Just as he came back to his senses, in front of him, the killing intent was already there. Go to hell! Lin Feng's eyes glinted coldly. This time, he wouldn't give him any more chances. Chi! The nightmare demon's spear swept across the fireman's neck, and the sharp light at the tip of the spear completely exploded. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion. Flesh and blood splattered, and an extremely mournful cry resounded through the sky. The fireman's entire neck was completely shattered, but there was still a piece of bone left, forcibly supporting the weight of his head. The appearance was strange and terrifying, and his body was constantly twitching, as if he was struggling on the verge of death. The mournful cry was constantly heard, and an obscure language came out of his mouth. Lin Feng frowned. This vitality is too terrifying. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. His neck was broken, but his breath was still coming. But, this time, it was truly a fatal injury. Lin Feng stared at the fireman and felt his vitality drain away, like a deflated balloon. Soon, bang! He collapsed on the ground and blood splattered everywhere. The fireman was finally dead. He was really dead. But his eyes were still wide open, as if he died with a grievance. His body, which seemed to be burned by a raging fire, revealed a strange feeling everywhere. He clearly had the appearance of a human, but he didn't look like one at all. What a terrifying defense! His vitality is even more shocking. Lin Feng was amazed. If it was a normal person, dying 10 times wouldn't be enough. Although he was seriously injured, he could still use his fist to fight against his nightmare demon spear. He was simply a monster among monsters. Most importantly, his martial artist rank was far inferior to his own. Phew! Letting out a long breath, Lin Feng's eyes were shining brightly. Although he had countless questions, he could only put them aside for now. Now, he finally had the time. With his mind's eye, other than the fireman whose aura had already dissipated, there was another weak aura. During the battle just now, Lin Feng had already noticed it. Turning his head, Lin Feng looked behind him with sparkling eyes. Instantly, Lin Feng was stunned. Do Ling World Chapter, open, first, I'll give you the first chapter, the big world will slowly be revealed. Tomorrow, third watch. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 373. It was an extremely familiar figure. She was wearing a set of purple tight-fitting clothes. Her beautiful face was filled with shock. The purple-clothed girl was looking at him with her eyes wide open. Her eyes were as bright as the stars. Her small red lips were bright and alluring. Her beautiful appearance was so familiar. Unforgettable! Ziyao? Lin Feng was completely stunned. The purple-clothed girl in front of him was practically carved from the same mold as Ziyao. Suddenly, Lin Feng shook his head. She was not his wife. They were just very similar. It's not Ziyao's aura. Moreover, Ziyao's eyes are clearer and brighter. The tip of her nose is sharper and the corners of her mouth are slightly higher. Lin Feng's face clearly appeared in his mind. His eyes were filled with longing. He loved Ziyao deeply. How could he not remember how his wife looked like? Every frown and smile had been deeply imprinted in his heart. The purple-clothed girl in front of him was less mature than Ziyao. Moreover, Ziyao only liked to wear purple clothes. She did not like these tight-fitting clothes. The girl's refreshing short hair was different from Zi Yao's long flowing hair. Not to mention, there was no crescent moon mark on her forehead. That was the symbol of the Purple Moon clan. Hello. Lin Feng nodded his head slightly and greeted the purple-clothed girl. Because she looked very similar to his wife, Lin Feng somehow had a good impression of her. Love me, love my dog. Hello. The purple-clothed girl seemed to be a little frightened as she replied timidly. She looked at Lin Feng with a pair of big eyes. Her long eyelashes fluttered and she pursed her lips. She seemed to be looking at the corpse of the burning man with fear. It was the language of the Dou Ling world. Lin Feng's eyes flashed with joy. Although the scene just now was unexpected, no matter what, he had finally arrived at the Dou Ling world. Don't worry. I have no ill intentions. Lin Feng smiled. He knew very well that this girl who looked like Zi Yao would be able to answer many of his questions. He had just entered the Dou Ling world. He needed a guide to guide him. After all, entering the battle spirit world from the 100 Falls, who knew where he would be teleported to? Can you tell me where this is? Lin Feng asked. When the purple-clad girl saw how amiable Lin Feng was, she gradually let down her guard. Perhaps it was because she saw that the burning man was indeed dead. His slightly pale face slowly relaxed. He looked at Lin Feng curiously and whispered, "This is the chaotic mountain range, which belongs to the Yanling Prefecture in the south. The Chaos Mountains. Yanling Prefecture in the south," Lin Feng silently recited, memorizing it in his heart. His eyes brightened slightly. It was the same as the Yanling Prefecture in the south mentioned in the letter. His luck didn't seem to be that bad. How do I get to the southern vermilion bird continent from here? Lin Feng asked. The purple-clothed girl was startled. What's wrong? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He had a bad feeling. Senior, are you talking about the vermilion bird continent of the southern region's 9 great continents? The purple-clothed girl's eyes flickered. The southern region's 9 great continents? Lin Feng's brows relaxed slightly. He nodded and said, "It should be." The purple-clothed girl's eyes shone brightly. She said excitedly, "No wonder Senior is so powerful. So you're from the vermilion bird continent. I heard that the vermilion bird continent is filled with outstanding people. Our human race is powerful and there is no sorcerer race at all. Is that true?" Sorcerer race? Lin Feng was stunned. Lin Feng's heart trembled. His brows furrowed slightly. From the purple-clothed girl's words, he could tell that the Dou Ling world was not simple. Human race, sorcerer race, I've never been to the vermilion bird continent. Lin Feng shook his head and said slowly, "I'm going there according to my father's instructions. I know nothing about that place." So, Lin Feng looked at the purple-clothed girl and said, "That's why I wanted to ask for the way there." I see. The purple-clothed girl nodded thoughtfully. But Senior, Xian Er doesn't know the way to the vermilion bird continent in the south. The purple-clothed girl pursed her lips embarrassedly. Lin Feng was disappointed when he heard that. At that moment the purple-clothed girl's timid voice rang in his ears again, "But if Senior doesn't mind, you can follow Xian Er back to the Wind Valley. Master will definitely know." Wind Valley. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. He thought for a while and nodded, "Then I'll have to trouble you." Since he had no clue, he might as well follow the purple-clothed girl named Xian Er and explore the Wind Valley. Perhaps there might really be some gains. The two of them quickly set off. They slowly became familiar with each other. The purple-clothed girl named Xian Er was also very familiar with each other. The unfamiliarity between them had long dissipated. From their conversation, Lin Feng learned about her background. Wei Xian, 17 years old, disciple of the Wind Valley. 17 years old, and she's already a galaxy-level martial god. She's even stronger than Xiao. Lin Feng could not help but sigh. However, this was nothing in the Dou Ling world. It's no wonder. With the systematic nurturing and cultivation, Coupled with the abundant spirit qi here, it's natural for her to be strong. Lin Feng pondered. If Xiao had such cultivation conditions, she would have become a galaxy-level expert long ago. According to Duoduo, in the Douling world, even the lowest 9th-grade aptitude could reach the beginner star or even the galaxy level. After countless years, there were also many people who broke through to the galaxy level. This was the world of the truly strong. And this was only the human race. The human race, the ancient race, and the sorcerer race. The three major races of the human race? Lin Feng asked in surprise. Yes, Lin De Go. Wei Xian nodded softly. After becoming familiar with each other, their relationship became much closer. In fact, Lin Feng also felt that the title of senior did not suit him. Wei Xian looked at Lin Feng curiously and explained, "This is our collective name. However, the sorcerer race has never admitted that they are one of the three major races of the human race." The sorcerer race was gifted and had an extremely strong body. Every member of the sorcerer race was born to be a god of war. What's the difference between the sorcerer race and the human race? Lin Feng asked curiously. Wei Xian exclaimed softly, "Lin De Go, didn't you just kill a member of the Zhu Rong sorcerer race?" Lin Feng was stunned and extremely surprised. "Xian, are you referring to the Burning Man?" Lin Feng asked. "Yes, that's them." Wei Xian nodded lightly. The Zhu Rong sorcerer race's members are born with the ability to control fire. They use fire to temper their bodies and strengthen their bodies. Not only that, every member of the sorcerer race has a strong resistance to any kind of fire element attack. So it was like this. Lin Feng did not expect that he would kill a member of the sorcerer race the moment he arrived. Strong resistance to fire element. Lin Feng laughed. Fortunately, he used a spear to attack. However, he had finally witnessed how strong the defense of the shaman clan was, and how shocking their vitality was. He was only injured when his heart was pierced, but he was still able to struggle when his neck was broken. He was a monster! No wonder Xian said that every member of the sorcerer race had an extremely strong body. They were much stronger than human warriors. "Oh right, Xian, why did you come to the Chaotic Mountain?" Lin Feng asked casually while maintaining a constant speed. From Xian, he knew that the Chaotic Mountain was as chaotic as its name suggested. All kinds of strange beasts ran wild, and it was a place where the sorcerer race frequented. In the entire Douling world, the sorcerer race, the human race, and the ancient race formed a delicate balance. They restricted each other, and because they had a common enemy, they would not start a large-scale war. However, in some areas the sorcerer race and the human race would fight on a small scale. Almost all the major manors were like this. Senior Sister Ken said that in the southwest of the Chaotic Mountain, there is a 2-star immortal fruit chrysanthemum. It can increase one's strength in a short period of time. Wei Xian nodded. "Oh." Lin Feng's eyes flickered as he thought, "Did you get it?" "I didn't find it. The Chaotic Mountain is too big." Wei Xian shook her head in disappointment. "Unfortunately, I just had to run into a member of the sorcerer tribe." Without a second word, they started a war. If Big Brother Lin had not arrived at the right time, I'm afraid that Xianer would have been doomed. As she spoke, Wei Xian spat softly. "That's right, Big Brother Lin, where did you come from?" "Sky Martial Continent," Lin Feng replied. Wei Xian let out a soft hum and nodded repeatedly. "It must be a very powerful place." Lin Feng smiled, right? He did not expect that the first human he met in the Douling world would be such a pure and kind girl. "I didn't find the 2-star immortal fruit chrysanthemum. I've let Senior Sister Ken down." Wei Xian felt that it was a pity. "She must be very unhappy," Lin Feng replied. "Of course not. Senior Sister Ken is very good to me." Wei Xian bit her lips and said, "Why don't I go back and look for it again?" What if we meet a sorcerer race again? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Xian didn't you say that the deeper you go into the chaotic mountain, the more dangerous it is? In the center of the chaotic mountain, there is a Zhu Rong sorcerer race tribe. Wei Xian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's and her face turned red. If not for Lin Feng saving her, she would have died a long time ago. Now, she still wanted to indulge in wild fantasies. Let's talk about it when we get back. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he said meaningfully, if you are not strong enough, you can use other methods to make up for it. You don't need the immortal fruit. Taking shortcuts can be fast for a while, but it is not a long-term solution. Wei Xian replied with a soft and did not refute. She did not know why, but she felt that Lin Deji's words were very reasonable. He was just like her master. Suddenly, Lin Feng frowned and immediately grabbed Wei Xian's hand. The purple-clothed girl's body trembled and her face turned red. A numb feeling made her lose her mind. At this moment, Lin Feng's voice sounded, "Don't make a sound. There are sorcerer race members." Wei Xian was shocked. Before she could react, she felt her body become lighter. Hua! Lin Feng hugged her soft waist. Wei Xian's face was so red that it looked like juice was going to drip out. In the blink of an eye, let's go. Lin Feng's eyes turned serious. Hugging Wei Xian did not affect his speed at all. His body rose and fell and he quickly rushed away. Ugh, the beginning is so hard to write. I wrote it for an entire afternoon. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 374. Even though he had been talking to Wei Xian, Lin Feng's attention was focused. In this unfamiliar territory, he had to be vigilant at all times. If he was careless, he would be doomed eternally. The Witch clan was violent and powerful. 3 Witch clan members. Lin Feng could sense them clearly. His life spirit was like a spider web, and his sense of touch was very sensitive. He could sense the strength of the 3 Witch clan members. 2 of them were at the 5th level of the Star River realm, and the other was at the 7th level of the Star River realm. Otherwise, his life spirit would probably attract the attention of the enemy, but it was better to be safe than sorry. He had just entered the Douling world, so he would try his best to avoid trouble. Wei Xian's face was already red to her ears. Ever since she was born, she had never been so close to a strange man. However, she knew very well that Lin Degu was not frivolous to her. In fact, he was protecting her. It should be the sound of the battle just now. Wei Xian said softly. Yes. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. He could sense that the 3 figures were flying along the path he had just taken. Their figures crossed each other. Lin Feng brought Wei Xian and went around the Witch clan, heading in another direction. Are there many Witch clan members here? Lin Feng bowed and said. Wei Xian's ears were hot, and her face immediately turned hot. She nodded and said, Yes, there are quite a few. The Chaos Mountain is located in the middle of the Yanling Mansion, and this area is actually quite chaotic. The mountain range is endless, and our Fengyang Valley disciples have died in the hands of the Witch clan. Lin Feng nodded. From Xian Er's words, he could feel the deep hatred towards the Witch clan. There were 2 sides to a knife, and many things were two-sided. The conflict between the human clan and the Witch clan was obviously not a matter of 1 or 2 days. It takes 2 to clap. The hatred between them must have been accumulated over countless years. However, once we return to the territory of the human clan, we will be safe. There are many experts in the Yanling Mansion. Wei Xian's face was filled with deep respect as she said, The Yanling clan is in charge of the 18 cities in the east of the Yanling Mansion. The Li Yan sect is in charge of the 15 cities in the south of the Yanling Mansion. The Chiue Palace is in charge of the 12 cities in the northwest. Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he listened to Xian Er's eloquent speech. Every single word fell into his ears, and he remembered them clearly. These were all important pieces of information. The power distribution of Yanling Prefecture. If that's the case, doesn't Yanling Prefecture belong to the human race? Lin Feng was curious. According to Xian Er, there were humans in every part of Yanling Prefecture. Then where were these powerful sorcerer tribe members? Wei Xian said softly, Lin De Gu, this is your first time here, so you don't know. Yanling Prefecture is located in the south, and it's extremely hot. There are many mountain ranges, wilderness, and even deserts. It occupies more than 90% of Yanling Prefecture's land. The shaman tribe is different from the human tribe. They believe in the heavenly Tao and encourage people to get close to nature. Therefore, they live near mountains and rivers and are divided into tribes. So that was how it was. Lin Feng came to a sudden realization, but shook his head. In other words, the Magi occupied more than 90% of Yanling Prefecture, while the humans only 10%. What about the ancient tribe? Lin Feng could not help but ask. He had never heard Xian Er mention one of the three major tribes of the human race. There are no ancient tribes in Yanling Prefecture. Even if there are, they might be living in seclusion in a corner of the mountains. Wei Xian pouted and said indignantly, if the ancient tribe was here to restrain the shaman tribe, we wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Do the ancient tribe and the shaman tribe not get along? Lin Feng asked curiously. No. Wei Xian shook her head. It should be said that the three major tribes of the human race don't get along with each other. It's just that the ancient tribe is indifferent and won't take the initiative to start a fight. The shaman tribe is different. They are violent and arrogant by nature. They look down on the human race and the ancient tribe, so they often kill and cause all kinds of fights. Of course, the strongest of the three major tribes of the human race is the shaman tribe. The ancient tribe and the human tribe combined are probably not as strong as the shaman tribe. After listening to Xian Er's introduction, Lin Feng had a clearer understanding of the situation in the Douling world. The shaman tribe had extremely strong physical strength, the ancient tribe had extremely strong compatibility and extraordinary elemental sensing ability, and his bloodline, the human tribe, which had the largest population but the most mediocre bloodline. Among them, the shaman tribe's power spread across the entire land, followed by the human tribe, and the ancient tribe, which occupied the least land. The high and mighty shaman tribe treats the human tribe as their vassals. As long as the human tribe is in the city, the shaman tribe will rarely take the initiative to attack them. However, it's hard to say if they're in the wilderness or in the mountains. Wei Xian's voice sounded a little helpless. She had been attacked just now. Since the shaman tribe is so powerful, why don't they just destroy the human tribe? Lin Feng frowned and asked curiously. Because they need the human tribe's help. Wei Xian said frankly, although the human tribe is weak, they have the largest population. Without the human tribe, which has thousands of times more warriors than the shaman tribe will definitely lose the war between the shaman tribe and the demon tribe. War between the shaman tribe and the demon tribe? Lin Feng's heart skipped a beat, as if he had understood something. Furthermore, the shaman tribe cannot leave the human tribe. Wei Xian smiled. Lin Feng was surprised, but he did not understand why. Wei Xian nodded. The shaman tribe walks on the purest path of strength. Every member of the shaman tribe has an astonishing physical strength, and is a natural war god. And what does the war god need the most to unleash his strength? When the voice landed in Lin Feng's ears, Lin Feng's eyes lit up. Soul artifact? Every time he opened a martial god spirit, he would be able to fuse with a soul artifact. Lin Feng deeply understood the existence of the wind vortex. The soul artifact could increase the strength of the war god, maximize. Yes. Wei Xian chuckled. Without the soul artifact, created by the human tribe, the shaman tribe won't be able to unleash even 10% of their strength. Lin Feng finally understood the subtle relationship between the human tribe and the shaman tribe. They relied on each other, but they restricted each other. As they sped along, Lin Feng unleashed his full speed, and the two of them quickly escaped from the dangerous situation. With Xian Er's speed, it would not be easy for the two of them to escape from the chaotic ridge. Even though she was in Lin Feng's arms, as time passed and they chatted from time to time, Wei Xian slowly adapted to how light he was. In fact, the most important thing was that she felt that Lin Feng was a gentleman. "Let's go this way, Lin De Gu. After crossing that mountain and a lake, we will leave the chaotic ridge." Wei Xian pointed and said happily. Although she did not obtain the 2-star immortal fruit, the chrysanthemum, it was worth it to get to know Lin De Gu. Lin Feng grunted softly and looked into the distance. According to Xian Er, after leaving the chaotic ridge, they would enter the Green Smoke City and would not encounter the shaman tribe. As for Fengyang Valley, it was located 30,000 miles away from the Green Smoke City. Suddenly, Lin Feng was surprised. "What's wrong, Lin De Gu?" Wei Xian, who was in his arms, suddenly felt strange. Lin Feng's left foot lightly stepped on the ground. His body turned 90 degrees as he sped away. There was a faint smile in his eyes. "My luck is not bad. Xian Er seems to have encountered the strange beast you mentioned. The Douling world was filled with abundant spirit qi and gave birth to countless lives. Mutated beasts were one of them. They were born from the essence of heaven and earth and possessed great strength. However, mutated beasts did not have any intelligence." Wei Xian's eyes lit up. At this moment, as Lin Feng's figure changed, a light figure appeared in the distance. Its crimson upper body made it look like a deer. Its long neck was dotted with spots, and its body seemed to be covered in leopard skin. It was shiny and filled with the power of fire. Lin Feng's eyes lit up and he said softly, "This should be a fire-type mutated beast, right?" The southern region was an extremely hot place. Fire-type mutated beasts were the majority. "It's the fiery skirt deer, Lin De Gu," Wei Xian said in surprise. "The fiery skirt deer's strength is determined by the length of its neck and the spots on its body. This fiery skirt deer has the strength of a galaxy-level beast. Its value, about 20 Douling coins." Wei Xian's eyes lit up and she was extremely excited. Douling coins were the common currency of the entire Douling world. Lin Feng smiled. He had heard Wei Xian mention Douling coins just now. A 2-star immortal fruit, chrysanthemum, was worth about 20 Douling coins. Although he did not find the chrysanthemum, it was obvious. He could earn more. "Kill!" Lin Feng's eyes turned cold as he put down Wei Xian. When he first entered the Douling world, he was penniless and needed some funds. The fiery skirt deer in front of him came at the right time. Bang! The nightmare demon's spear shone and a sharp light shone into his eyes, completely revealing Lin Feng's resolute face. In an instant, Lin Feng's right foot quickly stepped out, and a thick black fog appeared. His body suddenly sped up, and he could see that the fire skirt deer was running away in a panic, not knowing where to go. Trying to escape? Lin Feng's eyes darkened. The black fog shrouded the fiery skirt deer and slowed it down. At this moment, a resplendent light appeared. The nightmare demon's spear turned into a flaming meteor. In an instant, flash of flowing light. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. It pierced straight in, as fast as lightning. There were no fancy tricks, no complicated step. He only pierced with the spear. It was a pure burst of speed, the most perfect display of the spear move, the most basic attack. Return to origin. Screech! The fiery skirt deer hissed. However, it could not block it at all. Along with the explosion of flames. Suddenly, chi! The fiery skirt deer's body was penetrated by a meteor and exploded. Lin Feng's figure appeared like a god of war. The nightmare demon's spear did not draw any blood. This beast was formed by the energy of heaven and earth, and was not made of flesh and blood. However, its body was full of treasures. The skin formed by the flames was an excellent material for defensive equipment. The muscles and bones formed by the flames were the best material for refining weapons. 20 Do Ling coins, got. Lin Feng smiled. It was quite easy. So powerful, Lin De Go. Wei Xian's eyes shone as she gave him a thumbs up. Seeing Lin Feng's strength at close range made her admire him even more. A fiery skirt deer that was equivalent to a rank 5 galaxy level was unable to fight back in the hands of Lin De Go. Too powerful. After riding for an entire night, I fell asleep several times. How depressing. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidian.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 375. Young Master, the fire skirt deer escaped in this direction. What a bunch of trash. You can't even catch a fire skirt deer. What's the point of the Liu family raising you? An angry voice came. A young man with a face like green jade, wearing a brocade robe and carrying a sword, was flying over with a group of martial artists. The young man in brocade robe was furious, his spittle flying. The martial artists who were scolded were wearing standard armor and were dressed neatly. Although they were scolded, they did not say anything. Obviously, the young man in brocade robe had a high status. Damn it, if you let that fire skirt deer escape, I'll deduct 20% of your salary this year. The young man in brocade robe scolded angrily. How valuable was an exotic beast? All the martial artists' faces turned pale, but they did not dare to say anything. They had already formed an encirclement, but the cunning fire skirt deer found a gap from the young man in brocade robe and ran out. In the end, he even vented his anger on them. Living under someone else's roof, there was nothing they could do. Over there, young master. The leading martial artist's eyes lit up, and he pointed to the front. They had finally found the fire skirt deer, but it seemed that someone had beaten them to it. Oh? Lin Feng's eyes lit up as he looked behind him. He did not expect to attract a group of people just as he killed the fire skirt deer. Looking at their aggressive appearance, Lin Feng vaguely understood something, but he was expressionless. The purple ring on his right hand swept over, and in an instant, the fire skirt deer's body was put into the ring, not leaving a single hair behind. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. With a flash, the young man in brocade robe and his group arrived. Where is the fire skirt deer? The young man in brocade robe glared at Lin Feng and yelled. What? Lin Feng's eyes widened in curiosity. Where did you hide the fire skirt deer? The young man in brocade roared. I saw it here just now. It ran to the back, right? Lin Feng casually pointed with his right hand, calm and composed. Don't talk nonsense. The leading warrior with a saber stepped forward and looked at the purple ring on Lin Feng's right hand with sparkling eyes. A trace of envy flashed across his eyes. I saw with my own eyes that you put the fire skirt deer's corpse into your storage treasure. Lin Feng faintly smiled. You must be mistaken. What? The saber-wielding martial artist's face turned red, and he was furious. Hand over the fire skirt deer, or don't blame me for being impolite. The young man in embroidered clothes clenched his teeth and shouted coldly. Lin Feng's expression remained indifferent. Although he didn't want to cause trouble, it didn't mean that he was afraid of trouble. Ever since he had killed the fire skirt deer, he had already sensed the aura of these warriors. They were rushing towards him at high speed, and he vaguely understood what was going on. But so what? Give it to them? What a joke. First come, first served. How could there be any courtesy? When he first came to the Do Ling world, he was penniless and had to start from scratch for everything. 20 Do spirit coins might only be equivalent to a 2-star spirit treasure, but to him now it was not a small amount. After all, he no longer had the powerful backing of his teacher and Toto. The atmosphere was very tense. Obviously, Lin Feng wouldn't give in, and the young man in embroidered clothes and the others couldn't get out of the situation either. A thick smell of gunpowder filled the air, as if it was a sign that a battle was unavoidable. Men would die for wealth, and birds would die for food. This principle had never changed since ancient times. At this moment, young Master Lu Bao? A timid voice came from behind. It was as soft as a mosquito's buzz, but it broke the silence. The young man in embroidered clothes, Lu Bao, was surprised. When he saw Wei Xian's familiar face, his eyes lit up and flashed with intense surprise. Xian, why are you here? Wei Xian opened her mouth and hesitated slightly. She glanced at Lin Feng and said, I came to the chaotic mountain range with senior brother to look for the immortal fruit. Senior brother? Lin Feng's eyes flickered slightly, and he suddenly smiled. He knew that Xian said this to protect him. All the big and small forces of the human race were particular about strength and background. He had no power or influence here. If the young man in embroidered clothes and the others wanted to kill him, they wouldn't have any scruples. As expected, when Wei Xian said this, the young man in embroidered clothes and the others immediately frowned. Although Wind Ray's Valley wasn't considered a big force in Green Smoke City, it was still a sect. Since you are Xian's senior brother, I won't make things difficult for you. The young man in embroidered clothes, Lu Bao, gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, My Lu family found this fire skirt deer first. If I didn't injure it severely, how could I let you take advantage of it so easily? How about this? I will give you 5 soul coins as a reward for killing it. Injure it severely? Lin Feng smiled, but he didn't even need to think before lying. Wei Xian's face turned slightly pale. She gently tugged at Lin Feng with her small pink hand, as if she was a little afraid of Lu Bao. She hinted at Lin Feng to let it go. However, Lin Feng had always been unmoved by force or persuasion. I have never seen the fire skirt deer. Lin Feng spread his hands with an indifferent expression. You! Lu Bao gnashed his teeth in anger. He didn't expect Lin Feng to be so shameless. The leading martial artist with a saber took a step forward and pointed at him. Then do you dare to let us search your storage ring? Lin Feng sneered and his eyes instantly turned cold. Don't you think what you said is ridiculous? What right do you have to search my storage ring? Lin Feng's eyes suddenly revealed a murderous intent as he stared at the martial artist with a saber. With the saber in your hand? Suddenly, Lin Feng turned to Lu Bao with a sharp gaze. Even if I killed that fire skirt deer, so what? So what? These 4 words were like a thunderclap. Lin Feng, like a docile kitten, turned into a fierce tiger. His aura suddenly exploded. He didn't give in at all. Bang! Lin Feng pulled out the nightmare demon spear with a cold glint in his eyes. The shocking battle intent instantly caused Lu Bao's face to turn pale and he unconsciously took a step back. He was completely suppressed by Lin Feng in terms of aura. All the other martial artists were on guard, their expressions extremely solemn. A sharp murderous intent shot out of Lin Feng's eyes as he narrowed his eyes. Retreat, I can't do it. If you want to fight, I'll accompany you to the end. Lin Feng coldly shouted. His cold gaze swept across the crowd, forming a confrontation. Although he didn't have the advantage in terms of numbers, but in terms of aura, Lin Feng completely suppressed the group of the young man in embroidered clothes. This was the aura of someone who had experienced true slaughter. That day in the sky martial continent, Lin Feng fought against 10 billion magical beasts by himself. His expression didn't change as he waved his hand and calmed the country. Alone, he slaughtered 10 billion magical beasts. This aura, this heroic spirit, how could the young man in embroidered clothes compare to him? All the martial artists were horrified. The ordinary-looking young man in front of them was as terrifying as a demon. Everyone looked at the young man in embroidered clothes, Lu Bao, only to see his face turn pale. It was obvious that he was completely suppressed by Lin Feng's aura. His lips were actually trembling slightly. The gap between them was too big. Lin Feng coldly looked at the crowd and snorted coldly. He pulled Wei Xian over and said, "Let's go." Wei Xian's face turned red as she felt a scorching heat on her hand. Her heart trembled slightly as she bowed her head and replied softly. Immediately, the two of them left. They left behind a group of martial artists who looked at each other in dismay. Their expressions constantly changed, but their feet were tied to lead and they couldn't move at all. The young man in embroidered clothes, Lu Bao's teeth chattered as his eyes burned with anger. He felt a deep sense of humiliation. Under the young man's aura, he couldn't even move at all. That feeling was as if he was facing a demon, the Grim Reaper. It was extremely terrifying. It was as if he made a move, Lin Feng would kill him. Damn it! Damn it! Lu Bao clenched his fists so tightly that his veins popped out. He was so angry that his body trembled. He, who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, had never suffered such humiliation. He immediately raised his head and roared, venting his anger. He couldn't accept it. It was close to humiliation. Not only did he not get the fire skirt deer, but he also acted like a coward in front of Xian Er. Especially the last scene, Lu Bao's eyes were spitting fire. Xian Er's bashful expression didn't show any resistance when Lin Feng held her hand. A deep piercing pain. His heart felt as if it was tightly twisted together. A raging flame burned continuously in his mind. "Lu Cheng!" Lu Bao shouted angrily. "Young master, what are your orders?" The leading martial artist with a saber took a step forward. "Investigate everything about that brat. Don't leave out anything." Lu Bao's eyes were bloodshot. The martial artist with a saber, Lu Cheng, frowned and cupped his hands. "Yes, young master." "Do it immediately." Lu Bao roared hysterically. The martial artist with a saber, Lu Cheng, accepted the order and left. "No matter who you are." Lu Bao's face was ferocious. "I will make you pay for what happened today. Pay the price." Between the undulating mountain range, two figures were moving up and down at an extremely fast speed. Soon, they climbed a few mountain peaks. From one end of the mountain to the other, they moved like a gust of wind. "Linda Go, is this okay?" Wei Xian asked hesitantly. "Don't worry. It's fine." Lin Feng smiled. He knew what Wei Xian was referring to. The path of a martial artist was to overcome all obstacles. There was no such thing as retreating. Not to mention 20 Do spirit coins, even if it was worth 2 Do spirit coins, he wouldn't give in. But Wei Xian bit her lower lip. She wanted to say something but stopped. "Are you afraid that I will implicate you?" Lin Feng smiled. "No, it's not that." Wei Xian shook her head. "Xian Er is just afraid that you will be retaliated against. I heard from my senior brothers and sisters that young Master Lu Bao is lawless in Green Smoke City. No one dares to offend him. There was once a martial artist who didn't like his way of doing things. He only said a few words to him, but he broke his legs and crippled his strength." Lin Feng smiled. Didn't that mean that he had offended Lu Bao even more? Is he very powerful? Lin Feng asked curiously. "Yes." Wei Xian nodded and said, "Green Smoke City is controlled by the Lu family and the Fong family. Inside and outside Green Smoke City, all the major sects are afraid of the Lu family. Last time, when young Master Lu Bao came to Wind Rise Valley, it was Teacher who personally received him." Lin Feng nodded. His background was very strong. But so what? Anyway, he wouldn't stay here for long. He would go to Wind Rise Valley to meet Xian Er's teacher and ask for the way to the Vermilion Bird continent in the south. After that, he would no longer have anything to do with this Lu Bao. As they spoke, the two of them passed through the mountain range and flew over the lake. They were about to leave the chaotic mountain range. They were about to enter the green smoke city. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Chidien.com to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 376. This is Fengyang Valley? Lin Feng looked ahead curiously. A grassy plain suddenly opened up. Not long after passing through the lake, Wei Xian brought him here. Green Smoke City, Fengyang Valley. Yes, Lin de Go. Wei Xian was like a cheerful elf, smiling brightly. Returning to this familiar place, without the threat of the witch tribe, Wei Xian was like a little bird that had been released from its cage, recovering her pure nature. Lin Feng smiled. This place was not as hard to find as he had imagined. As Xian Er walked forward, they could see the entrance of the valley. Many Fengyang Valley disciples in martial attire were entering and exiting. When the few disciples on guard saw Wei Xian, they all bowed respectfully. Senior sister. Yes. Wei Xian nodded, acting like a senior sister. She turned around, looked at Lin Feng and smiled. Let's go, Lin de Go. Lin Feng responded softly and followed. The disciples on guard looked at each other, and immediately looked troubled. Senior sister, this is not good, right? What's not good about it? Wei Xian placed her hands on her hips and said angrily, Lin de Go is my savior, not an outsider. But the two Fengyang Valley disciples looked at each other and hesitated. Without the permission of the sect leader or martial uncle, outsiders are not allowed to enter. Lin Feng nodded slightly, not minding. The sect had its rules, and it was true that one could not barge in. Wei Xian said angrily, I've already said that Lin de Go is my friend. If anything happens, come and find me. Is that okay? Being stopped by a few juniors, causing her to lose face in front of Lin de Go, Wei Xian's face turned red, and her angry look was somewhat cute. Lin Feng looked and could not help but smile. With his mind's eye, suddenly, a powerful force was probing him. Lin Feng's eyes immediately straightened. Star Sea level expert. Let him in. A deep voice drifted over. Lin Feng looked up. Sensing his aura, he realized that the person who was probing him was none other than the middle-aged man in front of him. His small eyes revealed a trace of a smile. His ordinary square face looked very honest. His appearance immediately attracted the attention of the crowd. Clearly, his background was not small. Uncle Hai. Wei Xian was pleasantly surprised. Greetings, Uncle Master. The disciples cupped their fists and greeted respectfully. Wei Hai, the junior brother of the Wind Rising Valley sect master, had an extremely high status in the Wind Rising Valley. Let's go, Lin de Go. Wei Xian pulled Lin Feng's hand without the slightest hesitation and strode into the room. In an instant, it caused the gazes of the crowd to congeal as they whispered to each other. Lin Feng smiled in a carefree manner and did not break free. He looked at Wei Hai and nodded lightly. The middle-aged man before him bore no ill will. Little Xianer, where did you run off to play instead of cultivating properly? Wei Hai put on a stern face and pretended to be angry. I didn't. Wei Xian said hastily. Xianer heard that there's a 2-star immortal fruit chrysanthemum in the southwest of the chaotic mountain, so, nonsense. Wei Hai shouted with a solemn face. Seeing that Wei Hai was really angry, Wei Xian lowered her head and rubbed her fingers uneasily. Who did you hear that from? Wei Hai's eyes turned cold. It's Senior Sister Kansas. Wei Xian's voice was as soft as a mosquito's. Wei Hai frowned slightly and his eyes slowly changed, as if he was thinking about something. After a long while, Wei Hai sighed and looked at Wei Xian. He said earnestly, if you have any problems in the future, remember to look for Uncle Hai. Don't listen to those rumors. Although the chaotic mountain is a place filled with spiritual energy, It's the territory of the Zhu Rong shaman tribe. If you encounter the shaman tribe, I'm afraid you'll lose your life there. How am I going to explain this to your father? I know. Wei Xian lowered her head and muttered, even if you've seen a ghost, you won't be afraid of the dark, eh? No matter how soft her voice was, it couldn't escape Wei Hai's ears. His expression changed and he asked, You met the shaman tribe? Wei Xian nodded and said softly, It's all thanks to Lin Deji's help. Otherwise, Xian wouldn't have been able to see Uncle Hai. Wei Hai's expression changed and the way he looked at Lin Feng changed. He thought that Lin Feng was just a new friend of Xian Er's, but he didn't expect that it would be like this. Immediately, his expression became serious and he said sincerely, My Xian is still young. Thank you, little brother. Senior, you're too polite. It's nothing, Lin Feng said with a smile. It was indeed an accident that he saved Xian. It was just a coincidence that he was randomly teleported there. Little brother, you're not arrogant. You're really modest. Wei Hai revealed a smile and looked at Lin Feng with admiration. I wonder where little brother's master came from? Teacher hid his identity and retreated to the mountains, Lin Feng said casually. Wei Hai nodded and did not ask in detail. The Douling world was huge, and there were too many experts who hid their identities. Looking at Lin Feng, Wei Hai's gaze was filled with admiration. To have such strength at such a young age, and to be able to fight against the shaman tribe, his talent must be quite good. Since you've come to Fengyang Valley, let me be your host. Little brother, please don't refuse. Wei Hai smiled and nodded, but he wanted to get to know Lin Feng. In that case, I'll have to trouble you. Lin Feng also smiled lightly. In the inner hall. Brother Lin Feng wants to go to the Vermilion Bird continent in the south? Wei Hai was stunned, and his hand that was holding the wine cup stopped in midair. Yes, Senior Wang Hai, please guide me. Lin Feng's eyes burned. To him, this was the most important thing at the moment. He had to find a place to truly settle down, so that he could cultivate in peace and increase his strength. Right now, he was like a headless fly, bumping around everywhere. Needless to say, his cultivation had reached a bottleneck. The War God, Martial God, and Celestial Spirit Master were all at the 7th level of the Galaxy River realm. They were only one step away from the Star Sea level. Wei Hai's expression was a little hesitant. Seeing Wei Hai's expression, Lin Feng could not help but twist his heart. As expected, this matter was not as easy as he had imagined. Senior Hai, please speak your mind. Lin Feng nodded lightly. Sigh. Wei Hai sighed softly and shook his head. Brother Lin Feng, you saved Xian Er's life. I owe you a big favor, and it's reasonable for me to help you. However, Wei Hai clicked his tongue, and his old face was slightly red. To be honest, I was born and raised in Yanling Prefecture. I've never even been to the Great Flame Continent, let alone the Vermilion Bird Continent. Great Flame Continent? Lin Feng was slightly surprised. This was the second continent he had heard of other than the Vermilion Bird Continent. It seemed to be another existence in the 9 great continents of the southern region that Xian had mentioned. Yes. Wei Hai nodded and said, It should be possible to teleport between continents. However, I've never been to the Great Flame Continent, so I'm not familiar with it. As he spoke, Wei Hai looked at Lin Feng and asked curiously, Brother Lin Feng, you've lived deep in the mountains for a long time, so you don't seem to be familiar with the region? Indeed. Lin Feng smiled calmly. His understanding of the Douling world was limited to the division of land and sea. Secondly, it was what Xian had told him. That was all. Wei Hai smiled and said, The Douling world's land is very vast. The human race occupies about 1% of the land, and it's divided into 9 regions. The place we're at now is the southern region. Seeing Lin Feng's serious face, Wei Hai suddenly smiled and continued, The 9 great continents of the southern region are all under the control of the human race. There are no sorcerer tribes. Hearing the last sentence, Lin Feng nodded. Xian had also mentioned this before. In the Vermilion Bird continent, the human race was undoubtedly the only existence. In other words, other than the 9 great continents of the southern region, there are other continents? Lin Feng asked curiously. Yes. Wei Hai said seriously. In fact, the 9 great continents only occupy less than 1/10 of the southern region's land. So little? Lin Feng frowned and immediately understood. With the size of the Douling world, even 1/10 of the southern region's land was millions of times larger than the Tianwu continent. The remaining 9/10 of the southern region is the land of the sorcerer tribe? Lin Feng asked in surprise. That's not the case. Wei Hai shook his head. Where we are now is the 9/10 of the southern region's land. After pausing for a moment, Wei Hai continued. In the 9/10 of the land shared with the sorcerer tribe, there are many human forces of various sizes called mansions. The mansions are of different sizes. Some have been around for a long time, and some have just risen. Some were destroyed by the sorcerer tribe, and some were destroyed because of the civil war. Wei Hai shrugged. The current Yanling mansion was built by the Yanling tribe. It was glorious for more than 100,000 years, but in the end it fell apart. I see. Lin Feng understood what Wei Hai meant. There were 9 great continents in the southern region. The Vermilion Bird continent, Great Flame continent, and so on were all included. However, they were not on the same level as the various mansions in the southern region. It was as if in the starry sky, the 9 great continents were the rotating stars, and the mansions were meteorites, shooting stars, and so on. In a precarious situation, they danced with the sorcerer tribe. The mansions existed like shooting stars. They could shine for a while, but not for long. Don't underestimate the mansions. The mansions in the Douling world added up are far more than the 9 great continents of the human tribe. Wei Hai smiled. Lin Feng also smiled, but he felt a little worried. Although they were both in the southern region, it was obviously not easy to enter the Vermilion Bird continent from here. It was very troublesome. According to Senior Hai, the closest place to the Yanling mansion is the Great Flame continent. If we want to enter the Vermilion Bird continent, we have to enter the Great Flame continent first. Lin Feng's eyes lit up slightly. One step at a time. He had to think of a way to enter the Great Flame continent first. Senior Hai, do you know how to get to the Great Flame continent? Lin Feng's eyes were bright as he asked, is there something like a teleportation formation? A teleportation formation? Wei Hai smiled and shook his head. How can there be one? The 9 great continents prohibit teleportation from all mansions. There is only one way to enter the Great Flame continent, and that is to cross mountains and rivers and pass through the territory of the sorcerer tribe. Ah! Lin Feng's expression changed. However, he did not expect the situation to be so bad. It was much more troublesome than he had imagined. The plot is slowly unfolding. There are too many settings at the beginning, so it's not easy to write at. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Come to vote for me. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 377. Pass through the territory of the sorcerer tribe? How difficult! Lin Feng frowned deeply. The sorcerer tribe was violent and extremely belligerent. Although he had successfully killed a sorcerer tribe member this time, it was only a galaxy-level existence. What if it was a star sea level? Or even a star lord? One had to know that in the Douling world, a galaxy-level existence was just a lowly existence. There were countless of them like ants. Lin Feng raised his head and looked at Wei Hai. This was merely the Rising Wind Valley, a small city in the Yanling prefecture. Even such a desolate little sect had a starry sea-level martial artist who was stronger than him. One could imagine. In the Tianwu continent, he had already reached the peak, but here, he had just started, and there were countless people stronger than him. Senior High, with your strength, how likely is it that you can pass through the Yanling prefecture and enter the great Yan continent? Lin Feng's eyes flickered. My strength. Wei Hai laughed in surprise. I don't have any strength. Even the sect leader can't pass through that long journey alone. The 12 sorcerer tribes have different strengths and specialties. Most of the sorcerer tribes live in the southern region, but there are also the giant light sorcerer tribe, Tianwu sorcerer tribe, Dijiang sorcerer tribe, and 5 other sorcerer tribes. The Zhurong sorcerer tribe is a little better. If you encounter the Dijiang sorcerer tribe, which is ranked in the top 3 of the 12 sorcerer tribes, you will die. Wei Hai's eyes were filled with fear. The Dijiang sorcerer tribe's speed is simply unimaginable. In front of them, we don't even have the chance to escape. Dijiang sorcerer tribe. Lin Feng's eyes flickered. Even Senior High said so it couldn't be fake. Furthermore, he had seen the strength of the sorcerer tribe with his own eyes. Even if it was only a galaxy-level sorcerer, his life force was already shockingly powerful, far surpassing that of the human race. At the same level, the human race was almost completely defeated. Looking at Lin Feng's frowning appearance, Wei Hai suddenly smiled, picked up the wine pot and filled it with wine, patting Lin Feng's shoulder lightly. Don't be anxious, brother Lin Feng, there's plenty of time and opportunities. With this intention, are you afraid that you won't be able to go to the Great Yen continent and the Vermilion Bird continent? Come, let's drink. Wei Hai laughed straightforwardly. If you don't think the place is too small, you can stay in the Fengyang Valley first and make further plans. Feeling Wei Hai's enthusiasm, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Indeed, there was no need for him to be in a hurry. Returning to the Lin clan and searching for his uncle Lin Jing was not a matter of urgency. Just as Senior High said, we can take our time to consider this matter. Lin Feng raised his wine cup and said with a smile, then I won't stand on ceremony. Sorry for the disturbance. Haha, good. Wei Hai raised his cup and drained it in one gulp. Lin Feng had settled down. They settled down in Fengyang Valley, which seemed to be aloof from worldly affairs. Among them, the happiest one was none other than Wei Xian, who often went to Lin Feng's bamboo grove house. Lin Feng also quite liked this innocent girl. Looking at her was like looking at his own sister, Shuei. She was as pure as a piece of white paper, without the slightest bit of scheming. He was indeed lucky to have met good people like Wei Xian and Wei Hai when he had just entered the Douling world. Cultivate. In this bamboo grove house arranged by Wei Hai, it was very peaceful. Lin Feng cultivated without any distracting thoughts. The spiritual energy here could not compare to the 100 Falls, but compared to the Tianwu continent, it was much stronger. His secret doppelganger had already entered the extreme road Phoenix realm to cultivate, while his main body cultivated the Emperor Shun's strategy. The dense spiritual energy of heaven and earth was converted into earth energy and infused into his body. His strength continued to increase, but there was still a long way to go from the 7th level of the galaxy level to the peak of the galaxy level. In theory, after reaching the 7th level of the galaxy level, I can break through to the galaxy level at any time. But I don't know what conditions I have to meet to break through. Lin Feng pondered. Duo didn't say much about breaking through to the galaxy level. He only mentioned it in casual conversation, and it didn't seem difficult. But he had now reached a bottleneck. The galaxy level was a huge improvement compared to the galaxy level. If the war god level could be raised to star sea level, his strength would increase by a huge margin. His hopes of entering the Great Yen continent would undoubtedly increase by another level. After all, the Phoenix natal plate breakthrough was still far away. At this moment, HM? Lin Feng's heart moved. He sensed a familiar aura passing through the bamboo grove and approaching him. This little girl is here again. The corners of Lin Feng's mouth curled up slightly. Every 3 to 5 days, Xian Er would come by. Sometimes they would chat for a while, but most of the time she would bring him some delicious snacks or ask him what he wanted. She really cared for him and made his heart feel warm. Lin Feng heard the gentle sound of wind. He immediately opened his eyes, which were sparkling. What entered his vision was the purple figure. Every time he saw Xian Er, he couldn't help but think of Ziyao. Although they hadn't been together for long, their love was unforgettable. Did I disturb you, Lindigo? Wei Xian stuck out her tongue. Lin Feng glanced at the exquisite little box on the table and smiled. It's nothing. Has your senior sister can come to find you recently? No, senior sister can seems to have been in seclusion recently. I haven't seen her since she came back. Wei Xian thought for a while and couldn't help but ask curiously, why are you asking this, Lindigo? Nothing, I'm just asking. Lin Feng smiled faintly. With senior high's status, this matter must have been dealt with. Wherever there were people, there would be conflict. No matter how big or small, no matter the territory, this was unavoidable. Fengyang Valley was just a passerby. Some things it was better not to interfere. Oh right, Xian Er, I heard you say that the selection is about to start. How are your preparations? Lin Feng smiled faintly. It's not good. My sword art and movement technique haven't made any breakthroughs. I also didn't find the 2-star immortal fruit chrysanthemum this time. My strength can't increase in a short period of time. There's less than half a month left. I'll definitely lose. Wei Xian held her chin with her small hand and pouted. Don't worry, take it slow. Lin Feng said softly. You can't rush to increase your strength. You're still young. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Xian Er is not young anymore, Lindigo. After this, I'll have to wait for another year. Wei Xian hesitated for a while and said, Xian Er is preparing to enter the chaotic mountain range again. Lin Feng frowned slightly. Don't worry, it'll be fine, Lindigo. Seeing Lin Feng's expression, Wei Xian hurriedly explained, Xian Er will be going with my senior brothers and sisters. The Zhurong shaman tribe rarely appears in the east of the chaotic mountain range. It's not very dangerous. Lin Feng's eyes flickered and he nodded lightly. It was reasonable for him to help Xian Er. Xian Er, can you bring me to senior high? Lin Feng suddenly asked. Wei Xian was surprised. After leaving the bamboo grove, Lin Feng followed Wei Xian. Although Wind Rise Valley was a small and remote sect, it occupied a large area. It was about half the size of Firmament City in the Sky Martial Continent. I've been in Wind Rise Valley for so long, but I haven't taken a good look around. Lin Feng chuckled. Ever since he entered the bamboo grove, he had been cultivating wholeheartedly. In the past month, he had not taken half a step outside. Wei Xian smiled like a bell. Wind Rise Valley is simple and crude. It's just a bunch of flowers and plants. There's nothing much to see. If there's a chance to go to Green Smoke City, Xian Er will bring Lindigo around. That place is truly bustling and prosperous. It's not like Wind Rise Valley. Other than the surroundings of Wind Rise Hall, there's almost no sign of human habitation. Lin Feng smiled and did not say anything. He had lived in the Lin family village since he was young. He liked this kind of simple life. Being close to nature allowed him to focus on his cultivation. By the way, Lindigo, why are you looking for Uncle Hai? Can Xian Er help? Wei Xian asked curiously. I have some questions about martial arts that I would like to ask Senior Hai. Lin Feng nodded. So that's the case. Wei Xian nodded and smiled. Lindigo, you have found the right person. Uncle Hai is most willing to help others. In Wind Rise Valley, Uncle Hai's strength is second only to the sect leader. He is even stronger than the three elders. That's good. Lin Feng smiled. As they chatted along the way, the two of them quickly arrived at the center of Wind Rise Valley. Wind Rise Hall. This was the place where the disciples of Wind Rise Valley gathered. From afar, they could hear the voices of people. It was very lively. Lindigu, Uncle Hai must be in Wind Rise Hall at this time. Xian Er's beautiful eyes flickered as she pointed to the front. Look, Lindigu, this is Wind Rise Hall. There are libraries and training grounds around. Most of the disciples in the valley are gathered here. Lin Feng nodded gently, his eyes burning. His mind's eye spread out and instantly, thousands of auras were reflected. It was very lively. Most of them were beginner-level warriors. There were also many galaxy-level warriors. However, there were no galaxy-level warriors. Even so, it was already very shocking. There were thousands of galaxy-level warriors. There were dozens of them. Their auras were not inferior to his. They had obviously reached the 7th level of the galaxy level. 3 of the auras instantly sensed his detection. Their detection ability was very strong. Restraining his aura, Lin Feng stepped forward. His eyes vaguely caught a glimpse of the hubbub of people in the training grounds. At this moment, Lin Feng's heart was slightly stirred. His detection ability rose spontaneously. His eyes suddenly lit up. It was an aura that was not inferior to his, and it was rapidly approaching him. Swoosh! A light suddenly appeared. Lin Feng raised his head and saw the person approaching. It was a skinny young man. He did not look much older than him. His arms were like bamboo poles. They seemed to be fleshless, but they were like steel and filled with strength. His fingers were like daggers. The skinny young man's eyes were bright and sharp. There was a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He was also looking at him. Senior Brotherly. Wei Xian smiled and greeted him. Xian Er. The skinny young man turned his head and smiled. He did not hide the love in his eyes. Suddenly, he glanced at Lin Feng and said in a cold voice, "He is Lin Feng, Lindigo." Wei Xian looked at Lin Feng. Her smile was less reserved and more relaxed. She said, "Lindigo, let me introduce you. This is Li Ming. Senior Brother Li is very powerful. He reached the peak of the galaxy level at such a young age. He is the last disciple of the sect leader." "Hello." Lin Feng smiled and extended his right hand. "Nice to meet you." Li Ming's eyes were cold as he extended his hand. 2 pairs of eyes flashed like lightning. A formless airflow fluctuated violently. There was a feeling of heavenly thunder stirring up earthly fire. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.